the ICE Institute Consortium, the Honorable Team Leader of Asian Development Bank Consultant, Professor Marito Garcia, with its team member, Pak Hemiwan Fatoni and Pak Ahmad Bakri, the Honorable Vice Rectors and Leaders of Universitas Terbuka, the Honorable Director and Managers of the ICE Institute, and Professor Paulina Panen as the founder, the Honorable University and institution leaders from the ICE Institute Consortium members who are currently present in person at Universitas Terbuka Convention Center and online via Zoom. The Honorable distinguished speakers, the first one is Dr. Reynaldo Villa, the President of Mapua University. The second one is Dr. Wesley Titter, a Senior Consultant of UNESCO Office in Bangkok. The third one is Dr. Randip Sudan, the founder of Multiverse. Ladies and gentlemen, selamat pagi, good morning, and happy fasting Ramadan for those of you who are fasting. Welcome and thank you for your presence in person at this beloved Universitas Terbuka Convention Center, and those who are joining online via Zoom at the ASEAN Development Bank and Indonesia Cyber Education Institute sharing session with the theme Good Practices in Online Education. Today, we will learn a lot about the latest trends and developments in the world of education and digital careers from the three eminent speakers. I'm Fauzi Rahman Kosasi. I'm very happy to be the MC of this event. Before going to the main event, let us sing Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up. Ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat. Next, let's watch the video profile of Universitas Terbuka and ICE Institute.
Opening your eyes to the importance of education. For the younger generation, as they have the same rights to continue their education to a higher level. Growing in knowledge, enhancing good character, and to have a brighter future. Universitas Terbuka is established to make the dreams of young men and women from all corners of the country come true through the distance higher education system to meet the ever-changing demands of industrial and technological development in the 21st century.
Dengan diresmikannya Universitas Terbuka.
Universitas Terbuka is a pioneer of world-quality distance higher education, which is supported by professional lecturers who are experienced in their own field of expertise. Universitas Terbuka has also made numerous innovations to solve current educational challenges by applying a digital learning ecosystem to build capable and quality future leaders.
Hampir 4 dasawarsa UT mengabdi untuk bangsa. Universitas Terbuka mewujudkan pendidikan tinggi untuk semua.
With the long experience of carrying out our mission of providing equal access to higher education for everyone in Indonesia, Universitas Terbuka has proven to be a trusted public higher education institution. Our graduates have successfully applied their knowledge into their chosen career fields as either professionals or entrepreneurs. As of 2022, UT has a student body of just over 350,000. As a cyber university who teaches and applies the latest technology, Universitas Terbuka has 4 faculties, including the Faculty of Economics, the Faculty of Law, Social and Political Sciences, the Faculty of Science and Technology, and the Faculty of Education and Teacher Training. As a successful distance higher education institution, UT has received various awards and achievements. For instance, the rector of Universitas Terbuka, Professor Ojat Darajat, was elected by acclamation as the president of Asian Association of Open Universities for the period of 2020 to 2022. Time and time again, UT continues to make important innovations by using the most advanced communication technology and information available in each of its programs. Through the implementation of lifelong learning, UT also provides certificate programs and tuition-free programs such as open educational resources, as well as free lectures to be accessed by everyone. Limitation is not a hindrance for people to continue their education to a higher level, because education is a fundamental human right for everyone that can be accessed easily. This is Universitas Terbuka, always thinking forward, always open to diversity.
Pendidikan tinggi bagi semua anak negeri.
Universitas Terbuka menjangkau yang tidak terjangkau.
Merdeka Belajar, Kampus Merdeka, a policy initiated by the Minister of Education, Culture, Research and Technology back in 2020, has paved the way for college students to have the opportunity to take 20 credits outside their major. It aims to encourage college students to master various subjects that matter once they enter the professional world. It will also help them to equip their passion and creativity with a strong academic basis. To facilitate the provision of Indonesia's quality of education while ensuring improvements in online learning services, ICE Institute is here to become the best online learning marketplace, offering a wide variety of subjects and courses from leading universities in Indonesia and more from international academic institutions. Together with the consortium members and a growing partner list, ICE Institute now houses more than 300 subjects and counting, including subjects and courses on the LMX Open EDX platform from leading international universities. This allows ICE Institute website to record an immense number of registered students across Indonesia in the past year. ICE Institute has ambitious goals to help fulfill the needs of lifelong learners through the provision of quality learning systems and content that can be accessed by anyone, anytime, and anywhere. ICE Institute also collaborates with domestic and foreign partners to hold cyber education forum to discuss various topics based on research and studies around hot skills in the job market and how students can prepare to enter the competition ahead of them. One of the programs that ICE continues to develop is Micro-Credential Game Developer Program, with 5 streams of specialization: game artist, game programmer, game designer, educational game developer, game project manager. After graduating, students enrolled in micro-credential game developer program will take part in capstone project for game making. The 10 best games will be selected by experts from the gaming industry during the judging process. Not only quality programs, AR or VR has also been used in various lecture processes to provide a modern and futuristic learning experience. ICE Institute will continue to carry out various research and development of the facilities, services, and features provided, thus becoming an answer to embrace the borderless and unlimited era of the Industrial Revolution 4.0, which has changed the perspective on how formal education is being held.
Well, that was the 2 video profile. Let's give applause. Well, since there is a previous misinformation about Dr. Wesley Titter, I do apologize, Dr. Titter. Dr. Wesley Titter, currently he is a higher education reform expert and ADB senior consultant. Yeah. And ladies and gentlemen, to start the event, let's welcome Rector of Universitas Terbuka as the chairman of the ICE Institute Consortium, Professor Ojat Darujat Embus PhD, to deliver a welcoming speech on the stage, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning to all of you. And thank you for being here with us today. We are very pleased to be able to welcome you all who have been with us today. Mr. Professor Marito Garcia, as a team leader, ASEAN Development Bank, technology assistant. And also, we are very fortunate today. We also have a very important speakers here with us. Dr. Reynaldo V, the president of Mapua University, Philippines. And then Mr. Wesley Titter, senior consultant, section for educational innovations and skill development at UNESCO office in Bangkok. And Mr. Randep Sudan, founder of Multiverse. A friend of mine, Vice Rector of Universitas Terbuka, and then Dean, also faculty members, and all top and middle management level as well. And Professor Bulan Panen, key person from ICE Institute, and also technical assistant consultant from ASEAN Development Bank, Mr. Hemiwan Fatoni Paiwan, and Bapak Ahmad Bakri. And also greeting and very welcome to all representatives from ICE Institute Consortium. We have people from UPH here and also from different universities coming onlinely. First of all, we would like to praise and thank God the Almighty on these occasions that we are here at the UTCC or UT Convention Center building today. Thank you to the ASEAN Development Bank for coming to UT to share your experiences and organizing learning at various universities, which will be useful for UT and ICE Institute Consortium. Distinguished colleagues and guests, As we know, the technology development have greatly influenced on the learning process in universities around the world. Since it was established in 1984 until now, UT is very excessive in integrating technology in learning delivery. Therefore, this sharing session on online education is very necessary for our future development. Not only for UT, but also for all ICE Institute Consortium and all universities in our country. This meeting presents keynote speaker who will be sharing their knowledge and experiences as well as passion and inspirations in the effort of integrating
Recording in
technology
progress.
in education, especially in instructional process, and how do you implement and manage online learning. At this important meeting, the ICE Institute invites key people from different universities, ICE Institute Consortium members, and top and middle management across department from Universitas Terbuka. I hope that our discussions today can be followed in the development of joint program to enrich learning process at UT and other conventional universities. Or conduct some collaborative research dealing with the current topics. For ICE Institute, the development of learning technology in the international world can be a reference in determining ICE Institute business model and business processes in implementing flexible learning. Distinguished guests, I would like to extend my gratitude to the ICE Institute for organizing this important meeting on sharing session on online educations, ASEAN Development Bank. And finally, hopefully, today's sharing and discussion will bring about some benefits from various parties. And thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Prof. Ojat, for setting the tone for today's event. And please remain on the stage because Prof. Ojat is going to have another commitment today. So we will jump to the photo session first. There will be two sessions for photo session. The first photo session is for the top management and then all the guests. Yeah. Please, Prof. Marito Garcia, Dr. Reynaldo Villa, and then Dr. Wesley Titer, and then from ADB, Pak Hemiwan, Pak Ahmad Bakri, and also from the ICE Institute, yeah, and from the Dean, and then all leaders from Universitas Terbuka. And then the next photo session will be for all participants, yeah. I'm inviting all participants for the next photo sessions to come to the stage. And for all participants who are currently joining us online via Zoom, after this session, these photo sessions, I am also inviting you to turn on your camera. Yeah. Well, mohon dikasih aba-aba. Nice. Okay, thank you very much. And please, all of the Yeah, Prof. Ojat and all of the guests here, please move step down to the ladder. Okay, and then now we invite all participants to come to the stage to have a photo session. And don't forget to all participants who are currently joining us online by Zoom, please turn on the camera, please. Thank you very much. And please have a seat. Now, let's welcome Professor Marito Garcia, PhD, the team leader of the ASEAN Development Bank, to deliver opening remarks on the stage, please.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Ojat, Rector, representatives from the different departments of Terbuka Universitas, our friends from the consortium and those who are online. I'd like to greet you. Good morning. It's been 4 years since my last visit here in Jakarta, at the start of the discussions of ICE Institute. That was 2019, just before the pandemic. And our team from the Asian Development Bank have had the opportunity and the privilege of working with your team in the development of ICE Institute, which today, as you know, is already known worldwide. In fact, one of the most recent research out of Brookings Institution in Washington, D.C. has recognized Terbuka and its ICE Institute. So we are continuing the Asian Development Bank support and in fact enlarging our expertise and our work to help and support the Institute in developing its online education program. So for today, we are privileged to include in our team Professor Reynaldo Vella, who is the president of Mapua University from the Philippines in Manila. In 2022, last year, he won the Global award for being the most digitally advanced or digitally mature university that's a worldwide recognition from QS at Wharton University. Also, we have Randip Sudan, who was formerly the director at the World Bank's Innovation Department. He is going to be able to help us in thinking about how the graduates of online education will transition to work in the more efficient way. And also, thirdly, we have Wesley Teeter here, who just came from Barcelona, actually, to participate in a micro-credentials summit. And he's going to talk about the developments around rebundling of courses into micro-credentials. These are credentials that are wanted and needed by the market. So we will continue our work with you, with Professor Pannen, with the team from ICE Institute to make ICE Institute the best that it could be. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Marito Garcia, for the warm opening remarks. Now we've come to the first session of the sharing session on winning Wharton QS Digital Readiness Gold Award, the Mapua University Experience, that will be delivered by Dr. Reynaldo Villa, the president of Mapua University. This session will be moderated by Professor Daryono, PhD, the head of Research and Innovation Center of Universitas Terbuka, until 11 a.m. Dr. Villa and Prof. Daryono, please proceed to the stage. Yes. Thank you.
Very good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, speakers, guests, and all of the participants in the Zoom meetings. I think I have to greet also Professor Chan over there, Ahmad Daniel, and others. We are very lucky here, and welcome to Universitas Terbuka, to whom that have not been visited here. I think Professor Marito also mentioned that this is very quiet and very relaxing campus, and this is part of our missions actually, to open up our mind and open up our access to higher educations. Ladies and gentlemen, today I think we do have a quite fortunate to have one of the awardee of the QS Wharton Digital Readiness. Is it? Yeah. The Mapua University, the president of the Mapua University here with us. He will be sharing about how the success and how the challenge to become the awardee of the QS Wharton's Digital Readiness competitions. I would like to just briefly introduce Dr. Dr. Reynaldo Villa is the president of the Mapua University that already I mentioned earlier, won the Wharton QS Digital Readiness Gold Award in 2022. He was the first valedictorian of the Philippine Science High School. He is a former of the Dean of the University of the Philippine College of the Engineering. He was also served as an administrator of the Metropolitan Waterworks. Waterworks, is it? Waterworks Systems in the Philippines, and also a former editor-in-chief of the Philippine Collegian. Dr. Wei was a magna cum laude, a graduate of the University of the Philippines. He got the master's degree in naval architecture and marine engineering at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and doctorate in engineering as a Fulbright scholar at the University of California at Berkeley. Ladies and gentlemen, we already been allocated with the committee as 1.5 hours. Because this is of sharing sessions, I would like to give a privilege to the speaker to share their experiences, talents that we may learn from the lessons. Please welcome Dr. V.
To Professor Ojat, Rector of Universitas Terbuka and Chair of the ICE Institute, Bu Paulina, and the key person of ICE Institute, the officers and guest faculty members of Universitas Terbuka, the consortium members who are joining us on Zoom, or probably some are here this morning. And I'd like, with your indulgence, I'd like to greet 3 universities which are partners of Mapua University, which are Universitas Technology, Sepuluh November, Atma Jaya Catholic University, and Venus University. They are partners of our university. So I don't think I can come here and not greet them this morning. So yeah, I'd like to give a special greeting to these universities. And okay, so thank you for this opportunity for us to share our experience at Mapua University on online education. I entitled my talk, Riding the Waves of EdTech, or Educational Technology. When we entered Mapua in year 2000, the turn of the century, we really had no notion that there would come different waves of educational technological development. So what we've been doing the past 23 years is just ride the waves as they came. And that is the story of our school. So next slide, please. Okay. Well, let me give you the framework of our thinking about digital transformation as a framework for what we've been doing. So we think that there are 4 areas in the digital transformation of tertiary level institutions, namely research, teaching and learning, student experience, and enterprise operations. So this morning, I'll be concentrating on teaching and learning. But just for context, this is what we've been doing as a framework. So for research, we have in our minds distributed computing, micro-publications, open access models of peer review, data cloud for open science, libraries and open access to scholarly works, library information systems, and now data as part of library collections. For student experience, in which there are becoming more and more, there are applications that are being developed in the areas of academic engagement, namely faculty support for students, student services, campus life, and lifelong learning. And on enterprise operations, we've done work on remote work, automation, and outsourcing. But on teaching and learning, over which we will go this morning, we have a number of areas, and I can go directly to them now. Next slide, please. Do it. There. This one? Okay, let's take some time. Okay, so on teaching and learning, the first thing I want to say is, just like research, or open science, there's an open movement in teaching and learning. And I guess this is a natural because of the democratic nature of the internet and the speed with which internet processes information. So it was natural for an open movement to develop. And there are three aspects of this in teaching and learning. One is open access in libraries, where publishers now, I think, put up their work for free access by the scholars of the university. Sometimes these are paid for by state funds, but scholars no longer have to pay in order to get access to their papers and the technical libraries. And scholarly materials are now in the province of libraries. Libraries sometimes publish themselves scholarly materials. Open educational resources, I think we all know this, that a lot of universities and other organizations have put up OERs on the internet. And their textbooks and other course materials sometimes come free or practically at cost. And there are now proprietary databases of electronic resources, which we'll go over towards the end of this talk. And of course, part of the open movement in teaching learning are open online courses, which are commercially free. But sometimes the word open is used not in a commercial sense, but it means that anybody can access such material. So it's open for access, but sometimes there are commercial considerations, like massively open online courses for subscription are open access but not commercially free. Okay. So in order to, I guess, appreciate what Mapua has been through, I will put on the right side global developments and on the left side what Mapua has been doing as these developments were happening around the world. So in year 2000, Columbia University put up a platform called Fathom. It brought together course content from other top-tier institutions. It was closed after 3 years for failing to turn a profit. So it was open but not commercially free. In year 2000, Yale University offered Open Yale, posting the school's course materials online for anyone to access freely. In 2001, MIT posted its course materials, everything, in raw form, syllabi, lecture notes, assignments, outlines, reading lists, demonstrations, problem sets, and later on videos online for anyone and everyone in the world to access freely. And this was called the Open Courseware. I had the opportunity to go to MIT at the time because the head of OCW was a naval architect and marine engineer like myself. And I visited him there to learn about their program. So the president of MIT at the time was saying that the real value of the internet is not in these courses, but in offering for free all the materials on internet. And that's the only way by which internet will be able to help in education. And he was asked, why are you doing this? Why are you giving up the store? And his answer was, the value of a university is not in the content of what it teaches. The value is in the interaction of the faculty with its students. So he was not scared. And I guess he was right. Up to the present, OCW exists with thousands of materials. And the leadership of MIT, I guess, was not lost. So he was right after all, that there's value in opening up for free everything that they had. In 2004, Salman Khan posted short videos on YouTube in what became the Khan Academy. And Marito tells me that they now have ChatGPT application on Khan Academy. So it's still going strong, this Khan Academy. So at that time, our faculty members use MIT's OCW to supplement course materials based on individual faculty inclination. And the academic departments and the library listed and curated OER websites. This was what we were doing about 20 years ago. We just hit the internet and look for possible sources of educational materials list them down, curate them, and make them available to our faculty and our students. And we still do it till now. Okay. In 2000, on online education itself, internet-based education, together with Stanford and Oxford, Yale offered high-access outreach courses to its alumni. In 2008, the University of Manitoba in Canada, 2 faculty members teaching a course on learning theory to 25 students decided to open it up to the rest of the world for free. And 2,300 people signed up to join the 25 who were enrolled. And at this time, students started referring to the course in online chats as a massive open online course, or a MOOC. That is the origin of the term MOOC, way back in 2008. And in the same year, in Stanford University, Andrew Nang, who is known to Marito, put 10 of Stanford's most popular engineering courses online for free. And in 2009, the same school, Daphne Koller, also known to Marito here, experimented with short video clips and embedded quizzes to improve online learning. Because before that, MIT, iTunes University, and others had been offering free online courses. But instead of short video, they had full-length lectures on video. And one downloaded an MIT lecture on Apple's iTunes University and got nothing more than a video of the classroom lecture, whereas Nang and Koller used short videos. In fact, sometimes they were writing by hand, and the video camera was just, showing the writing by hand on a whiteboard or something like that. So next, in 2011, in Stanford again, Sebastian Thrun and Google Director of Research, Peter Norvig, offered their graduate-level AI course online for free. They thought that the class may appeal to 500 students, perhaps 1,000, but they ended up attracting 160,000 students from 190 countries. How massive can it be? So 23,000 finished the course. It was a self-paced 10-week course. 75-minute lectures were broken down into 15-minute lectures for easy consumption on the go. I think the term they used at the time was snackable content. You can snack on them. And it was designed to be identical to the course offered in person in Stanford. So even at the time, there was an attempt to make the online courses the same in standard as the residential courses in Stanford. And MIT, Cal Berkeley, UPenn, University of Michigan followed suit with announcements that they too would deliver a piece of their brand name education online. At about the same time, the University of North Texas offered hybrid or blended courses. So, in 2011, the same year, Sebastian Thrun left Stanford and founded Udacity, which would offer low-cost online courses. He partnered not with universities, but with like-minded professors. So it was a different model. In 2012, Stanford, Michigan, UPenn, Princeton joined together to offer classes to a new company called Coursera. So this is the provenance of Coursera way back in 2012. By the summer, a dozen other universities, including University of Virginia, Johns Hopkins, University of Washington, Duke, and Caltech joined the company. And in less than a year since being founded, Coursera had enrolled 2.5 million students, offered 215 courses, and partnered with more than 30 universities. After 19 months, it had 6 million users. I think this was the heyday of these massively open online courses. A few weeks after Coursera was founded, MIT and Harvard joined together to form edX. Okay, so in 2013, Udacity pivoted its business model to focus on corporate and vocational training in the belief that the market for the technology were those students who have finished a degree and not those who are still undergoing undergraduate education. In 2014, I think they felt the pressure to monetize what they were doing, so they offered a paid version of the course. If a learner wants a certificate from the university or the company offering the course and from Coursera itself, he should pass an assessment and pay a certain amount. Not very much. Actually, a lot of our faculty members took advantage of this opportunity to get a certificate. And however, they did not abandon the pre-courses as it was part of mission of education. Okay. And they also introduced multi-course sequences. A series of courses were also offered. In the following year, Coursera offered an IMBA program from the University of Illinois at a disruptive price of $20,000 US. When they did this, they partook of the nature of an online program manager or an OPM. So Coursera had become an OPM as early as 2015. Now, just 2 years ago, Coursera had $500 million in annual revenues. But edX sold its assets to TUYU Incorporated, which is a very big public company that provides a platform for lifelong learning. So edX is now a part of TUYU, but edX retained part of its mission as well as a public benefit company offering courses for free, or some of Open edX, some of them are offered for free. And I think that was because during the pandemic, Coursera just exploded. As you may imagine, there was a big demand for online courses because we cannot do face-to-face. And edX, according to the president of MIT itself, Rafael Riff, was not able to keep pace with Coursera being a non-profit. It was harder for it to move as fast as Coursera. Okay, so what was happening to Mapua all this time? So around 2015, we started talks with the Philippine representative of MOOCs, or MOOCs providers. So they represented not just Coursera edX, but the other providers of MOOCs. And our idea was to integrate MOOCs micro-credential courses into our curricula to enhance employability and to supplement content with materials from reputable universities and companies abroad. But we found that the prices were unaffordable, so we could not come to an understanding with them, no deal. So as a private for-profit, Mapua had intended to pass on the cost to students, but we were thinking almost at cost, practically at cost. It was just a pass-through because we wanted to experience that kind of, the level of standards of that kind of education. So we continued talking with Coursera because they were most aggressive in terms of marketing. As you can imagine, they're a private company. Okay, so Udemy, unlike the other MOOC providers, has courses from faculty of non-elite institutions, no brand names. It allows anyone to create a course and charge what they want for it. Users are the ones who enforce quality control, and the courses with the best reviews are more prominently featured among the 8,000 on Udemy websites. It's like most apps today. If you say like, then you, or stars, then you go up the screen. You're more prominent in their advertising. This has been described as an open source course building site. And this allowed faculty members to break away from their traditional schools and the legacy MOOCs provider and to become free agents. So that was the model of Udemy, in contradistinction from Udacity, from Coursera, and from edX. Now, outside the United States, there is Upgrad, Swayam, and Baiju in India. Or there are Upgrad, Swayam, and Baiju in India, SutangX, as you know, from China, and FutureLearn for Europe and Commonwealth countries. the Philippines is has very strong ties with the U.S. That mostly we have reference to the U.S. But I know that Future Learn has plenty of courses, thousands of courses on its platform. But it's so hard also for us to get materials from Future Learn. But if you're going to study for the possibilities for ICE, we really have to include all these providers from other countries, most notably Future Learn itself. But for UpGrad, we've been talking with them, with the CEO, Mayank Kumar, and they have a different idea. They think that the first time OPMs came out, the focus was on content. And after content, the focus was on what do you call it, the throughput, or the percentage of those who pass the assessment. Because they've been very low. Like right now, it's 20% of those who take these courses actually pass the assessment. So they went to a third stage, and they said the third stage is employability, achievement, and learning outcomes. So that's the concentration of UpGrad. And here I get a quote from him. So he says that we are similar to an OPM in that we partner with universities to offer a program. But that's where the similarity ends. In the traditional OPM model, the university is out front and center for the consumer. But UpGrad, also co-creates the learning content, whereas a traditional OPM would ask the university to provide it. So they claim that 60 to 80% of their content comes from industry players. We actively participate in the delivery of the program in the form of mentoring, coaching, and student support bodies. We have a dedicated career placement team who will help learners get jobs. So it might be worthwhile for us at ICE Institute to also consider this particular model because it has an angle of employability. Okay. So elsewhere in the world, in Europe, there's credit transfer for micro-credentials integrated into curricula, and Future Learn courses may be awarded academic credit or RPL, recognition of prior learning, under the European Credit Transfer System, or ECTS. In India, Saudi Arabia, and the Philippines, they use Coursera courses. I got this info from Coursera. The Gandhi Institute of Technology and Management, or GITAM, the University of Jeddah in Saudi Arabia, like Mapua, have integrated Coursera into their curricula. Okay, so the students graduate with both a degree from the university and specific skills credentials from Coursera and the university or company that mounted the course on Coursera. So what happened to Mapua was that in 2019, just before the pandemic, our mother company, iPeople, and Ayala Education merged. Ayala, I must say, is one of the biggest conglomerates in the Philippines. Same with iPeople. We belong to the Yuchenko group of companies. We are a big conglomerate in the Philippines, one of the biggest. So both these conglomerates have educational arms, and they merged in 2019. But we were bigger than the Ayalas. And so what happened was iPeople was the surviving entity, but Ayala was with us. And at that time, the Ayala Corporation had contracted with Coursera for the training of its many employees in banks, in real estate, in insurance. So we thought, why not join them and get a volume discount? And that is how we were able to solve the problem of affordability. So the price went down dramatically to the point where our students are able to afford now to pay for the licenses of Coursera. And that's how we got it. And I think with the volume of ICE, not only Coursera, but other providers would be open for arrangements with that. It's simply a volume discount, nothing more, nothing less. So aside from Coursera, the iPeople schools, and we have 7 schools, also get offerings from LinkedIn Learning. So currently, iPeople schools have Coursera licenses for 16,000 courses. Mapua alone has 8,000 courses. And as you can imagine, Coursera is still pushing for us to get more licenses. But we have to keep it reasonable. Okay, so now I go to a part where I share our experience in the integration of micro-credential courses into our curricula. These are the stages. We start with course matching. There's a matching of student outcomes together with Coursera. So we look at our course by course. We look at the outcomes of our courses and the outcomes of Coursera. And we try to match. I will show that in succeeding slides. Then we decide which Coursera courses to integrate. This is a decision made by our faculty members who are organized into clusters. So for a certain course, there's a number of faculty members teaching it. They come together and discuss what would be most advantageous to integrate if they want to integrate a Coursera course. Sometimes they find nothing and they don't integrate. But that is a decision at the level of faculty members. And then we have to put in the Coursera course in the syllabus. So revision of syllabus, locating the Coursera course in the proper place in the syllabus, and giving a weight in the final grade. I guess it is done in most places like what we do. So finals is so many percent, the short quizzes so many percent, the assignments so many percent. So we put a weight in the final grade to the Coursera course. But the student cannot pass the course unless he gets a certificate from Coursera. That was the understanding. So they really have to pass the course, otherwise no passing grade. No Coursera certificate, no passing grade. And then we implement. So we had to make clear to our students what the class policy is on Coursera courses. So we discussed it at the start, during orientation. And in order to help our students, because sometimes taking an online course, which I also took just to experience it personally, what everybody's talking about, what the hype is all about. At first, you have to learn how to take it because the paradigm is drastically different. So we had to help our students navigate the courses. They had to be success coaches. We want them to be successful. But of course, academics is off limits. That one, they have to do the work themselves. But how to navigate the course, the students will need help on that one, at least during the first courses that they take. And then we monitor, the faculty monitors, and at completion, the certificate from the university or company partner of Coursera is awarded. So they may get from Google, IBM, Amazon, etc. In addition to, or from a university, there are a number of universities. And then the students themselves upload their certificates to LinkedIn. Okay. That's done by the students themselves. Okay, so the matching. So this is based on our correspondence with Coursera. So, okay, an example of matching. Like we have a course, a Mapua course on software design. So working with Coursera, we determine what Coursera courses could possibly be integrated into software design. So they come up with a list. So software architecture, software design as an abstraction, software engineering, software design and project management, software design methods and tools, software engineering modeling software systems using UML. And they give a relevance score. And what is that relevance score? So the relevance score is based on keyword and sentence matching on learning objectives down below there. That's what I'm reading, shared by the university, and the course objectives across different courses available on Coursera. So we submit our our course objectives. They pick up the keywords and the sentences. They match it with their own description of Coursera. And they have an internal tool. I don't know whether it's AI-based now, but it's called Course Match. And they come up with this list with a relevant score. So you have hits there, 0.8, 0.5, 0.6. That's part of the decision of whether the Coursera course will be integrated or not. Actually, you don't want a 1.0 because that would mean that the Coursera course is identical with the Mapua course itself. Maybe you want a certain amount of overlap so that our students learn something else from Coursera. But it is not totally, it's very seldom you get totally no overlap. So this is an example of the matching of Coursera with our own courses, with a relevant score. And then we go into more detail, like computer fundamentals and programming laboratory. The Coursera course would be programming fundamentals. This is foundational. It's a beginner's course. And the average hours spent by learners on Coursera from their database, actually students, they've got lots of students. The range could be large. Like for this, maybe it's anywhere from somebody took it for 5 hours, somebody took it for 20 hours, but they give us the average hours. So here, 10.5. And then the rating of the course by the learners themselves is also given as information. On a scale of 0 to 5, this course was rated 4.5. So you wanted to get the course that get a high rating, of course. No? And then they give a specialization description and the skills learned. So they now go to this level of detail to help us decide whether we want the course or not. And then look at the last column. They have subtitles for the course. So in this case, this course is also offered in Spanish, Russian, German, Vietnamese, Italian, Portuguese, French, and Arabic. So the idea I get from this is, if we wanted to do this in ICE with our volume, maybe we can request Indonesian or Bahasa subtitles. If the Vietnamese, if they put subtitles in Vietnamese, why not in Bahasa? I think that's something we'll have to require, if ever. Okay, now digital electronics, logic circuits and design. This is an intermediate course. There's no specialization. So do you want a course without specialization? It depends. And those are the languages of the subtitles. Data and digital communications are the same thing. They give all these details to help the university decide whether it's useful or not. Okay. Now, Papua made its decision which Coursera courses to integrate, and these are the results. So in our computer science program, we have the Mapua course name and the corresponding Coursera course name. So, you know, everybody loves Python. So we do Python data structures under computer programming 2. And it is taught by the University of Michigan. AI, we do introduction to AI, fundamentals of convolutional neural nets, and recurrent neural nets. The first one, we get a certificate from IBM. And for the second topic, we get a certificate from Sung Kyun Kwan University. Now for data science, we have Python again from U of Michigan. Well, let's go data warehousing and data mining. So data warehouse concepts, design and data integration. 2, business intelligence foundations with SQL, that's the query language, ETL, and data warehousing specialization. The student, our student, gets a certificate from the University of Colorado and from IBM. So it's possible to integrate or to get 2 certificates in one Coursera course. And our students took to it. There's something that they really like. And here, we get courses from various universities. Now we have an entertainment and multimedia computing program. Maybe this is akin to game development, which I think ICE is very strong on. So we have event-driven graphics user interface GUI programming, introduction to interactive programming in Python, we get from Rice University. Then intro to game design and development, intro to the game design, we get from CalArts. Computer graphics programming, intro to Android graphics from Imperial College London. Then we get 2 more courses from CalArts. Then we have applied mathematics for games. Coursera is mathematical thinking in computer science. We get it from UC San Diego. And game programming, we get from Michigan State. Application development and emerging technologies, we get from Yonsei University in Korea. Game programming tree, serious gaming, we get from Erasmus University of Rotterdam. Game networking, we get this from a company. Intro to extended reality, virtual reality, augmented reality, and MR foundations. And game production, we get from UCI Division of Continuing Education. So game developers and esports organizations. So, and then lastly, we have for our data science, this is what we have. And on the last column, we give there an example of the weight percentage. So for fundamentals of data science, the intro to data science in Python, we give it 20% of the final grade of the student, and so on and so forth. We do modular approach to our courses. So in specific modules, typically we have 3 modules per course. In a module itself, the percentage weight will be very high. But it gets diluted if you go to the level of the program, and it's just one of 3 modules. So you get this. It's a range of percentages. But you see ethics in data science, it's as high as 33%. Okay. Now, what has happened to Mapua with Coursera is the following. We have a total micro-credential course enrollment of 111,672 as of maybe 3 months ago. The total micro-credentials earned by our students is 90,628. It would seem like a huge number, but bear in mind that we actually have about 15,000 students. So if you divide, it's not really that large. It can become millions easily after a few more years. So our success rate is 81% versus the overall rate of Coursera learners of 20%. So we're batting quite high, at a quite high average. And yes, we're satisfied with this. Okay. Okay, so let's leave the topic of integration of Coursera, and let me just discuss how we view online mode of delivery. First, at the course level, we have fully online synchronous courses where we use video conferencing, MS Teams, Zoom, etc., Blue Jeans even, fully online asynchronous courses, anytime, anywhere, or ubiquitous. Blended learning is the mixing of and toggling between online and face-to-face modes of delivery in a course. And we have a hybrid flexible or high-flex courses. And the definition of this is that it supports both face-to-face and online students in one section. So the teacher would be teaching students, some on the face-to-face mode, some of them on online mode. So it's rather challenging actually to be doing this. In our own implementation, we give the student the choice of attending face-to-face classes or participating synchronously online or studying the lessons asynchronously for every lesson at the lesson level. So it's about as flexible as one can get to be. So, all this time, what has Mapua been doing with online delivery? In 2017, we decided to subscribe to commercial grade LMS, Blackboard Learn and Blackboard Collaborate, after years of experimentation with open source learning management systems by individual faculty. So we just allowed experimentation. Moodle, Edmodo, and Canvas then was not as popular as it is now. So our faculty members were experimenting with Canvas and some other learning management systems. But in 2017, we said, let's all be uniform. Let's do Blackboard all across. But the situation has changed again. We entered into an agreement with Arizona State and the Sintana Alliance. We wanted access to their materials. They're using Canvas, so we had to subscribe to Canvas in 2 of our programs in addition to Blackboard. And with thoughts of maybe shifting, but we're still studying it. Okay. We were so giddy that we had, a commercial grade learning management system. Blackboard Collaborate would allow us to deliver lectures simultaneously, as they said, to all our students, thousands of students. There was no Zoom yet at that time, no competitor. It was just Blackboard Collaborate and maybe the systems of other LMS, no? But there was no Zoom at that time. So we thought of several ways of deploying this capability. One of them is Digital Day. So it was initially video conferencing. So whenever in Manila there is a political rally, there is flooding, there is typhoon, there is a religious procession, because Mapua is located in the heart of the city, sometimes you have to suspend classes because of this. So we said no more. We put everything online. Everybody stay home and we will continue with our lessons. We call that Digital Day. And that was part of our presentation to Wharton QS. And then we had another product called Digital Rush. For some sections in a particular course, we said we'll develop fully online mode of delivery. So the student has a choice during rush hour whether to take a fully online or come to class face-to-face. But those who want to avoid traffic, they take a fully online section. So in the morning and in the evening. So a lot of students also subscribe to these fully online sections under Digital Rush. But before the pandemic, all we wanted to do really was to make all our courses be blended courses. Because we realized, you take the best of both modes of delivery. So you take the best of face-to-face, you take the best of online, put them together in a course, and you got a blended course. And we wanted 100% just before the pandemic. And we almost got there, and then the pandemic hit. But so that caused a shift to fully online because this was impossible at the time. Okay, at the degree program level, we have fully online degree programs. So for Mapua, this will be a full suite of a combination of fully asynchronous and fully synchronous courses that constitute an academic degree program. If all courses are asynchronous, then it is anywhere, anytime, and we call it ubiquitous. If there's a combination of synchronous courses and fully synchronous courses, we call it bichronous. Bi for 2. Okay, so bichronous. And then we have a hybrid degree program. It's a combination of blended courses and fully online courses. As you can imagine, we don't entertain anymore fully face-to-face courses. We don't have fully face-to-face courses anymore. We're either blended or fully online. So in 2017, so what was happening to Mapua, we offered the fully online master's program in industrial engineering. It was the Philippines' first fully online degree program. Logically, it happened at the graduate level because it was so convenient to working students or even to engineers working in the Middle East, working in Singapore, working in Korea or other places. So we offered industrial engineering, which was the department that was most ready. In 2 years after, we added fully online master's degree programs in electrical, electronics, computer, and mechanical engineering, and IT. So we found a way to deal with the laboratory courses, for example, in electrical engineering. And you move it online, and we found examples of how this can be done. We just researched, and we found universities that are doing this. And it's also eligible for accreditation internationally by ABET, the Accreditation Board for Engineering and Technology. So we did that. And in 2021, actually, that's for graduate. The need for laboratory is actually very small. But in 2021, we instituted fully online baccalaureate programs in electrical, electronics, mechanical. We could not do fully online baccalaureate in mechanical engineering, computer science, and IT. So we called it the Ubiquitous Online Experience. And this was what won the gold medal in the 2022 Wharton QS Quaccarelli-Simons Reimagine Education Award for Digital Readiness category. So this has been our experience with online. Okay, so this is UOX, Ubiquitous Online Experience. That's our graphic, which Wharton and QS gave us. So we're the first, or this is the best finish ever by any Philippine university in the awards. And this is the proof. So this is the proof that we want. So I had to show the certificate from, from Wharton QS. Okay, we were getting so confused. Sometime during the pandemic, we've been offering this and that and this and that. So we could not even sit down in meetings and understand one another because there were a lot of terms being used. So we decided to develop a typology and taxonomy of online lessons, courses, and programs. And I'm sharing this with you. So when we go for academic council meetings or a Senate meeting, as you would call it here, we understand one another when we use a certain term. So we start at the lesson level, the learning delivery mode. So I think you have 7. It's either face-to-face, in-class synchronous, meaning to say the professor is physically in the classroom and there are students in the classroom, but it may be live streamed elsewhere and other students may be participating synchronously. Or it could be in class, recorded, asynchronous, so as the professor will have to be in the classroom. But it is at the same time recorded and it will be made available asynchronously to the other students who are not able to attend nor participate synchronously. Now we have outside class synchronous. The professor and the students may be outside of the classroom. So the professor will be set up, he'll deliver the lecture. The students may be in the classroom, maybe in a cafe, maybe at home, or anywhere else. So that's outside class synchronous. They may be also may be recorded, so it's asynchronous. And we also have pre-recorded video. Of course, that's asynchronous, if pre-recorded. And online non-video materials available on our LMS. Okay, so depending on the combination of the learning delivery mode at the lesson level, we have 3 types of lessons. If it's face-to-face, in-class synchronous, and in-class recorded at the same time, we call it triple experience or tri-X. This is our implementation of HiFlex. So it becomes the choice of the student whether to participate face-to-face, in-class synchronous, just listen to the live stream, or later on, go to the asynchronous material, the record of the lesson. Student's choice, flexibility, high flex. If it is outside class synchronous, outside class recorded, it is online, so that is bichronous online lesson. If it is pre-recorded or outside class recorded or online non-video materials, sorry, it's just pre-recorded, okay, that will be as asynchronous online. Now, when you combine the lesson types, if all the lessons in a certain course are tri-X lessons, triple experience, the course becomes a tri-X course. If you're using tri-X, one lesson, another lesson is bichronous, some other lesson is asynchronous, that is blended. That's what we call blended course. If it's all bichronous and asynchronous, we call it bichronous online experience or BioX. If it is all asynchronous online, we call it the ubiquitous online experience. That's where UOX belongs. Now, if you combine the course types, if it's all tri-X, it is a full tri-X program, but we don't have this yet. We're still developing, working towards a full tri-X program. If it is a combination of all course types, it's full blended program. If it's, if it's all blended, then it's full blended. If it's a combination of all, it becomes a hybrid program. That's our definition. In some other places, you may find another definition, but we in Mapua agreed that when we say hybrid, this is what we mean. So there's no confusion. Then BioX and UOX will be our fully online programs, combination of BioX programs and UOX programs. If it's full UOX, then it becomes a UOX program, which we already have. Okay. So when we had this, we began to understand one another. Okay, so this is the setup for our tri-X. You have, in the classroom, you have an AI-enabled camera. The one on top is rather cheap. The one at the bottom is expensive. And then for laboratories, we use a document camera for demo of lab exercises and experiments. Then we have a Jabram speaker and mic that is so powerful, actually not that expensive, that you can hear the students talking in the background. And the students know it, so they keep quiet. You can try this. It's just a small circular mic. And then if you don't have it yet, you may already have it. And then we have a webcam and monitor, one facing the class, the other at the back facing the teacher. And this can be streamed. Both of them can be streamed. So the student who is participating synchronously or asynchronously will have a sense. He's looking at the teacher or he's looking at his classmates. So we provide two webcams and monitor. Okay, moving away from that, about sharing of courses and repositories, common use platform for course sharing. We have examples in the US, the Big Ten Academic Alliance, the Academium Course Share, which is the biggest learning online college course exchange in the US. It accredits some 446 schools throughout the country. Undergraduate and graduate courses from these accredited colleges and universities are awarded credit that's guaranteed to transfer back to the student's home institution. So it's a full course sharing platform. Then you have the HBCUs, or the historically black colleges and universities. They also have a common platform. And in Indonesia, of course, that is us. That is the Indonesia Cyber Education Institute. And in India, SWAYAM. In Malaysia, there's no common platform, but there could be credit transfer policies published by MQA, Malaysian Qualifications Authority, in 2016. Credit transfer is allowed up to 30% of the total graduating credits a specific program of study. In Europe, of course, you have the ECTS, has allowed credit transfer for in-person courses since 1989. They have vast experience in this. And they've allowed credit transfer for online courses since 2014 in 27 countries. I took this from a paper by Marito and Lynette Perez, are examples. In the Philippines, this is what we have. We are partners with Arizona State University, and what we have is not a sharing of courses, but a sharing of repositories. And that's what I said, we had to buy we have to subscribe to Canvas to be compatible with them. So the chunks or modules are smaller than a full course, but we have access to all these modules. They have, I think, 60,000 or something like that. And you can choose from this, from general education to the professional courses. So this was open to us when we joined the ASU Sintana Alliance. In the Philippines itself, there's FieldChed Connect. It's a common platform, but currently it's just mostly OERs that are in the platform. Okay. Now for global classrooms, this is another thing that is made possible by online technology. Using a learning management system, a class can be composed of students and teachers from various universities in different parts of the globe. So we're just starting this now. We're holding a global signature class under the Sintana Alliance. So from 15 universities, we have students in this class from all these universities, and the professors teaching the class could come from any of these 15 universities. What was required was for us to just put up a high-tech classroom with very good microphone and very good video. And the microphones, you wouldn't believe, cost us 1.5 million pesos. That's about 30,000 US, or a little less than 30,000 US. But it can hear everything. There are three such microphones on the ceiling, and that was the standard they required. So, but the experience is something else for the students, you know. Okay. Okay, we also have access to proprietary databases of e-resources. So we subscribe to Wiley, Cengage, and McGraw-Hill. So they bundle online course materials, and we impute it into the tuition and fees. Because of volume, not really that much. And the access to students is available only while the student is enrolled in the course. And the licenses are purchased in bulk. They're made free for a certain fee to students. And well, because we're their client, they like to give us awards. So here from Cengage, they've said that we have the highest digital course activations in Asia for academic year 2021-2022. A total of 3,327 online courses were developed for Mapua. I think their definition of courses is actually less than a course, covering 357 subjects with 41,000 digital student enrollments. And we also got recognition from Wiley for the usage of their material. I think we're one of also of their highest users of their materials. Okay, my last slide here is because I was requested to show something on quality assurance. What we adhere to are the standards of QM or Quality Matters. Again, this is a US-based organization. It oversees the quality of online programs in many US universities and colleges. So what I'm showing here are the review standards. So they just ask certain questions. Do the instructions make clear how to get started and where to find various course components? Are the learners introduced for the purpose and structure of the course? our communication expectations for online discussions, email and other forms of interaction clearly stated, and so on and so forth. For the course learning objectives or course program competencies, describe the outcomes that are the outcomes just measurable, and so on and so forth. So this is a list of, that's the three, actually 7 areas or 8 areas, and they give a grade. They give a grade. I think anywhere from 0 to 10. And if your grade is 80%, the course passes master, and it's credited by QM, Quality Matters. What we've done for Mapua is our subsidiaries actually are having their courses vetted by QM to get that stamp of QM. And their faculty members are also being certified by QM, aside from the courses themselves. Mapua, we have not elected to do this right now. What we have in Mapua itself, we have our own sets of questions, which we develop based on the learning of our faculty members who studied online via edX at the University of Maryland. So, from what they learned, we developed our own system of quality assuring our courses. So it says there, look, that it's all rights to serve. You may not copy or duplicate. So in the sharing of this PowerPoint, you may go anyway to that URL underneath and get the same material and much more from QM if you want to learn about quality matters. So I included that URL underneath. So you can, okay. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Renaldo Fay. I think that's part of the openness that's offered by Dr. Fay, that we are free to copy and everything that's already been mentioned by Dr. Fay. Okay, I think I've learned quite a lot of many things, lesson that's very important for developing and advancing the online learning. I think including your typology. That's very important, typology, because we are very confused when everyone is offering online learning, but we are also integrating with the synchronous, asynchronous, and sometimes it's very difficult to find what it exactly is. So I think the typology is very helpful. It's very helpful for us to at least a kind of systematizing and what actually the delivery system in online learning. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Fay. I would like to, actually before I pass to the participants, about your integrations in online learning with the Coursera. Do you find any challenge, Coursera? Yeah, sorry, the integrations. I think it is very good if you mentioned about the course matching. They're using the machine for a kind of grading or waiting about the. So would you please tell us about the how you actually the matching course works in your Mapua? Yeah.
Many of the courses in Mapua are what we call 3-unit courses.
Yep.
So 3 hours per week over a 16-week period, maybe 17 weeks sometimes. So that's 50 hours of contact hours. Very roughly, when we get data from Coursera about the number of hours spent by a learner on a certain course, we can assign. For example, it's 20 hours, so 20 over 20 of the 50 would be about 40%, right? So, but we can adjust further. It's all subjective. Depending on the course material being taken, our faculty members would think maybe not 40, maybe less than 40%. But that is very roughly how we give the weight. Of course, the mapping of the content. So what content from Coursera are actually not duplicated by our own courses. So at the cluster level, the faculty members discuss that, just come up with, okay, maybe it's fair, it's reasonable to make it a 20% weight for this Coursera course. But you have to go through all the all the gory details of this.
So are you using the QA indicators as assessment, or
QA.
the QA, as mentioned,
Yeah.
there are 7 indicators that you have mentioned?
I have another set of indicators developed by our faculty. There are a number of our faculty members who took micromasters in instructional design at the University of Maryland through edX, fully online. We sent them there to study, and one of their tasks after that is to develop the QA system. So before we deploy a course in UOX, it has to pass. And our scoring is from 0 to 5. I think 3.5, it's okay. You can go. You can improve it later.
Result you set up.
Yeah. So that's basically how we do it.
Okay, then thank you, Dr. Fei. I think it's very important in related to how the course matching that we need. I think the ICE also may learn on how actually the course matching that need to be integrated into the credit pairing courses, because there's a number of the courses that offer in a Coursera, sometimes it's not credit pairing. So that's very important. I think the lesson that you may use as kind of how to assess the matching between the course that we offer and the course that the Coursera offer too. Okay, everyone. So I think I would like to invite any lesson from you all, or any comments, questions. Please do so. Okay, Prof. Ojat, Director, Prof. Ojat.
Thank you for sharing best practice and providing online services in your university. And as you provide different kind of online learning services in your courses, I would like to know, how do you develop and employ pricing strategy to make sure the sustainable of your courses or program? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So the first thing to, I guess, realize is that Mapua has always been a private, for-profit university. So every year, we have to go through our financials, and see how the proper price at which to offer these courses. But with in mind that, we should be affordable to our students. But the decision is made basically with a financial analysis. And, private schools live by their wits. We have no other source of income but tuition. Maybe we have revenue for research from our Department of Science and Technology, but you cannot use that for instruction. That goes to research. So we have to live by our wits. Unlike, I came from the University of the Philippines. I know how it's done in the public sector. But in the private sector, it is, there's a discipline of, I guess the financials are stricter because we have shareholders to answer to, and so on. But of course, the public is the shareholder in public universities. But the logic of the financial statements is a little bit different. And that is how we set the price. There's a hurdle for profitability. Let me just come out directly. There's a hurdle for profitability that we must encounter, and there's also a hurdle for growth. The university will have to grow. And the pricing is all factored into those objectives of a private company. But our logic also is, as a private company, you can either be a diploma mill or an excellent school. How do you assure growth and profitability? our choice has been to go with quality. Because with quality, you can, you can grow and be very successful even financially. That is the way we solve that conundrum of, you're a private institution, how can you guarantee quality? Well, we think that quality is not, is not in conflict with the aim of a private institution. In fact, it supports the growth of a private institution. But we go through that exercise. It's all, all the financial statements and so on. But in this case, we actually want to offer that. We just pass it on. As much as possible, we pass on the cost to the student. And we're allowed to do that. We're allowed to do that. Maybe as a public, if I were in UP, a public institution, it might not be so feasible for me to do that. I have to find other ways how to do it. Maybe justify it to my source of funding, that it is for the national good, public interest, and so on and so forth. And I think it can be justified. Can be justified.
Okay, Dr. Fay, I think the quality always been embedded with the credential sometimes. So the offering of the Mapua with the more than one credentials from the University of Michigan, some things, that might be a kind of value added for the students. Yeah. Is it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so even they pay some things, but they do have more values rather than from the Mapua itself.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay, thank you. I think
well, I'm sorry I have eaten into the time of the other speakers.
Okay.
I'm very sorry. Sorry, Wes.
Okay, I think. Okay, everyone. I think we are run out of times. No, okay, yes. And thanks for everyone. And please give applause to Dr. Fellow Selfrey. Thank you so much. The PowerPoint to all of the participants. Okay.
Check.
Sure. Yeah.
All right, Prof. Daryono and Salamat. Thank you very much, Dr. Reynaldo Villa, for giving an inspirational experience with us. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is we will take a short break for 15 minutes. Jadi Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, kita akan break selama 15 menit. Ya. Terlebih dahulu, we will have a short break for 15 minutes. sharing session is on quiz. Okay, there will be a quiz from Prof. Pauline. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. We have listened and watched Dr. Ray, I believe, for about 1 hour and 30 minutes, presenting about his university, University of Mapua. And I believe there are several components or insight that he was presenting to us, which are very interesting. And one of it caught my eyes. And I believe if you listen, if you are really engaged with his presentation, then you will remember, or at least remember, further understand, hopefully. There will be one question from each session. You are welcome to answer that. And if it is correct, then ICE Institute will provide you with a token of appreciation at the end of this seminar. Okay. One question. Can you mention the typology and nomenclature that University of Mapua is using? Thank you. Anybody?
Well, from the floor, yeah.
Anybody?
Please raise your hand.
Tipologi dan nomenklatur Universitas Mapua. Hello?
Maybe we can also say hi to the online participants.
Sure.
Yeah, from the Zoom. Yeah, let's check our participants. Yeah. Oh, okay.
Ibu Isti. Oh. Okay.
I think there are 6 typology of.
There are 6 or
Yep.
5?
Yep. Full TIX, full blended, hybrid, full online, and UX.
Okay. Can you explain it, Ibu Isti?
Not now.
Not now. Okay, let's give a big applause for Ibu Isti. That is correct. Okay, Bapak Ibu, so please tune in for the next session, and we'll have one questions after that, and then ICE Institute will provide you a token of appreciation later. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Pauline, for the questions and quiz time. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's continue to the next agenda. Our next sharing session is on recent developments on micro-credential, which will be delivered by Dr. Wesley Titter. He is a higher education reform expert and ADB senior consultant. This session will be moderated by Astri Dwi Jayanti PhD from School of Graduate Studies of Universitas Terbuka until 12:45 p.m. Dr. Titter and Dr. Astri, please proceed to the stage.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. I'm Astri Dwi Jayanti Swandoko. I will be the moderator for this session. Honestly, I'm very proud and extremely happy because I'm the same stage with the expert in education reform. He's Mr. Wesley Titter. Good morning, Mr.
Morning, ma'am.
How are you today?
Feeling well, excited to be here.
Okay, what about the weather? Do you like the weather in Indonesia?
Absolutely, the rain, I felt refreshed outside.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so let me introduce you to the audience and also the participant in online. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Wesley Teeter is the higher education expert from ADB Senior Consultant, and he's the co-editor of the Handbook of Education Policy by Edward Elgar Publishing, and also he's a co-author of UNESCO Guidelines on Developing and Implementing Qualification Framework in Asia Pacific, and he's a research focus on understanding gaps in policy implementation, and also collaborative governance in diverse settings and mapping complex accountabilities. And he got his Bachelor of Art in Sociology from George Washington University, dual Master of Art in Child Development and Urban and Environmental Policy and Planning from Tufts University, and the last, his Doctor of Philosophy from Faculty of Education, Division of Information and Technology Studies of the University of Hong Kong. Is this correct? Okay, so we have the same department in education. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, before Mr. Wesley will present his material, we would like to invite all of you to ask the question in the end of the session. So, ladies and gentlemen, now allow me to welcome Mr. Wesley Teeter to present the material with the topic 5 Trends, 5 Examples from the 2023 International Masterclass. So, Mr. Wesley, the time is yours.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And if you'll allow me, I'm just gonna join the colleagues in the front. Thank you much, and we'll be back for our discussion.
Okay.
Friends and colleagues, I want to get to the sharing elements. So if it's okay for you, I'm gonna kind of move into the audience a little bit. Can everyone still hear me and see me? I'm awkwardly tall, so I thought, awkward height might help in this case. And our participants online, can you still hear me and see me? Feel free to comment. I can see your chats as well. I just want to be close to the laptop so that I can see you all and comment. So everyone online can comment and contribute, because our spirit today is not for me to tell you about micro-credentials. That would be only one part of the fun. The idea is we're going to discuss trends and then get your thoughts on these trends. What's relevant? What do we want to grapple with here that's relevant for ICE Institute and your work going forward? That's the first part, maybe 15 minutes. The second part is examples. What type of examples exist internationally? How do these examples work with your interests or not? That's part 2. If we can get to part 3, I would love to, from trends, examples, to some guidelines. How can we start to operationalize these commitments? And that's what I hope to, and that's what I'm working on with ADB, is how we can quality assure micro-credentials. That's professional recognition and academic recognition. So that's most of what I do, is try to work on these things at systems level, how governments and industry recognize micro-credentials or not. And a lot of what I'll talk about today is that micro-credentials are kind of aspirational, but not happening in practice. So I want you to feel comfortable challenging and discussing. Does that sound clear? Everyone's okay with that? You're comfortable challenging and coming to the mic in the middle? I hope you are. And including online, I'll try to keep an eye on our text box here so I can see if you have comments and questions. Please do jump in. All right. So here we go. We're going to jump in. On the right. There it is. Check again if that works. It's just a little bit of a delay, so I'm going to have to go back. Quite a delay. 1 second. Great. All right, so literally last week, I was in Barcelona at the International Masterclass for micro-credentials. About 28 people from OECD, from UNESCO, from LinkedIn, from the European Commission, from diverse stakeholders around Europe. Largely, it was a European network, okay? So the fact that this happened last week, still fresh on my mind. I would love your thoughts on what this group talked about. So those would be the first trends, okay? What are some elements of micro-credentials? You heard Professor Ray talk about micro-credentials, but what is a micro-credential for you? What are some elements that make it a micro-credential? Feel free to scream it out, or if online you want to comment. Can you still hear me? Great. What is an element or a feature of a micro-credential? Initial impressions? This was not the main focus of our event last week, to kind of argue about definitions. But the reason I ask you is just to think critically from the beginning. What do you think of when I say micro-credentials? Does that have any relevance to you, right? Macro-credentials maybe being a bachelor's degree. Micro-credentials being something smaller, but still quality assured. Short format learning with a narrow scope. I want you to leave this session challenging what we mean by the word micro-credentials and try to make it make sense for you so that you leave this session feeling good about your personal understanding of what a micro-credential is in your setting, okay? So that's why I'm asking you to kind of think along with me. I love this slide. This is from last week from one of a very strong speaker that challenged traditional higher education. We cannot continue with business as usual in traditional higher education. That's what we're talking about here today. Traditional higher education largely is known for expansion of our knowledge via depth and breadth. 4 years, formal degree, a master of something, right? Very substantial depth and breadth on a topic. Traditional higher education. A micro-credential is trying to be something different. A micro-credential is trying to be precise. It's trying to focus on acquisition of skills or to validate knowledge. Interesting, right? The second word for me, validation. Maybe it's not about you teaching, but it's about you assessing. Recognition of prior learning could also lead to a micro-credential. You as experts and faculty could be in the business, in the work of assessing knowledge. That could then be stacked into different types of credentials and learning, or it could just be recognizing knowledge. So keep that in mind. We're thinking of traditional higher education, we're challenging, we're promoting reform. Micro-credentials become a tool for reform. Is that helpful? All right, just our starting points. Just a little bit of a delay, 1 second. Not yet. There, all right. I'll see, it might jump again, let's see. All right, can micro-credentials do everything? This is such a hot topic, a buzzword. We want micro-credentials to change the world. We want it to promote upskilling and reskilling. People talk about it as the key to employability of lifelong learning. We're going to use micro-credentials to promote adult education throughout our lives. Micro-credentials will promote the flexibility we've always dreamed of. It will promote access. Everyone will have access. We'll talk about mobility. Students from all over the world will be able to access short format learning with a narrow scope. It will promote social inclusion. More people can access higher education because it's not 4-year commitments. They can access it in short formats. Possible as well. The newest for me was micro-credentials can promote active citizenship and well-being. That's a lot of things. That's a lot of weight for one concept on micro-credentials. I hope you challenge those concepts because the evidence is not there. As of last week, this is what the OECD presented. Considering the relative novelty and growing use of the term and concepts around micro-credentials, evidence of their value and impact for learners is still scarce. I hope you feel comfortable in challenging what people say about micro-credentials. Okay? That's an important point. There's the delay, 1 second. I'm trying to keep it exciting for you, but there is kind of a little bit of a delay. Let's see if I can get it again. There it is. The speaker from LinkedIn was there to disrupt. We talked about LinkedIn Learning They are not there for formal education. They are there to meet the needs of the market, to meet the needs of learners. LinkedIn learning. The first speaker talked about, for us, the definition is wide open. It's less than a degree or a certificate. It's everything else. Micro-credential. Everything other than a degree or a certificate. Is that satisfactory to you as a definition? Can ICE and UT buy into that definition? Everything else? Quite broad. So I think what's interesting about this definition on the right, this is just a working definition from UNESCO, a 4-part. Think about these elements when you think about micro-credentials. This is trend number 1, challenging the scope of micro-credentials that we talked about. Focused on learning achievement, right? I think this is an important point. What was learned, right? Number 2, it necessarily includes assessment. Would you agree? I think we need to be committed in this room to micro-credentials necessarily need to include a component around assessment. That it has standalone market value or societal level values, that it has standalone value. It's not something that has to plug to a degree. It has standalone value. Number 3. Number 4, this is a sticking point. Does the micro-credential meet the needs of relevant quality assurance or professional standards? If a professional authority says, this is what we need, we're willing to say that it meets our standards. Does it meet relevant quality assurance? That last point has been used as a barrier to keep private sector like LinkedIn Learning out and us in control of higher education, right? That's not gonna get us to Sustainable Development Goal 4. That's not gonna be the disruption that the world needs. And that last point is still difficult. How do we maintain quality and be brave and not restrictive of new entrants from the private sector or from industry? Because industry can also provide relevant learning opportunities. How do we recognize professional learning opportunities? All right, so I'll keep moving. That's just a little bit of the first trend. Any questions or comments on that while we wait for the next slide? Challenging the scope. 4-part definition. Try to remember keywords like recognizing learning achievement, assessment, standalone value, and relevant quality assurance. These are working terms that will help you. All right, we're moving on. Trend number 2 that was grappled with among the group. We can't do every point, but I wanted to point out one element, that top-down changes are not gonna get it done. The changes in micro-credentials are gonna come from you as researchers and faculty members. You have to get comfortable with this terminology and pushing to transform traditional higher education. We need to massively increase the rollout of micro-credentials with an appropriate strategy. Does ICE Institute have a comprehensive micro-credential strategy so far? It has some early stages of experimentation and a good focus, but I wouldn't call it a comprehensive strategy where everyone in this room could tell me what we're doing. Would you agree? Friends online? I see one comment, Professor Chan, who also contributed to Professor Paulina's excellent case study. Thank you, Professor Chan, talking about time and education, right? So that was from our previous point. So we know that we don't quite yet have a full and comprehensive strategy, but we also know that top-down is not gonna get it done, that you in the room have to feel comfortable of disrupting and thinking about, for example, teacher education. How can we use micro-credentials in teacher education, right? We were talking earlier with our Madam Moderator. All right. Questions on strategic leadership, right? We need to dive in deeper in what we mean by strategic leadership and how we're going to really think about specific examples of micro-credentials to develop an appropriate strategy. 1 second. Friends online, I hope you're doing okay. I don't see you commenting much. Is this where the receiver is? Yeah, it's a bit, maybe it's the signal is blocked. It's probably back here. There's 3, great. All right, there's only 5 trends, so be ready with your comments and questions as we think about your understanding of micro-credential trends, because you're being brought up to date about what is this debate around micro-credentials. Number 3, talking about the digital transformation in words like interoperability of credentials. And 3, how can we avoid silos that limit interoperability, portability, and the ability to stack credentials from different sources, right? Digital transformation and the use of learning outcomes can enable us to take courses from different sources. We just saw that in our previous session. How do we prevent silos? Do we want all our micro-credentials strategy to come from Coursera? Who would like everyone in Indonesia to have Coursera and only Coursera as your choice for higher education and learning? I absolutely do not. I believe in higher education as a public good. I believe in Universitas Terbuka as promoting human rights and access to higher education opportunities for everyone. I don't think we have to say that Coursera and edX, these are for-profit companies, is our way forward. It is one option. It's a very viable option as an incremental step for the way forward. You have to challenge where we're headed, because we're talking about implications at scale. Implications for Indonesia at scale, right? So how do we provide transparent information about where we're getting those micro-credentials? That's number 3. Is ICE Institute providing information about what's in their micro-credential, the game developer's micro-credential? Is it transparent about how it's quality assured? I would say yes. We can dig deeper and look into that. We're going to talk about that next. But these elements are something that is not clear for me at all when you think of every type of micro-credential coming out there. Do we have a platform to understand quality so that learners, so that industry know the value of these new types of credentials? Would you agree? Transparency is key for this digital transformation and promoting mobility between institutions and different course providers. All right, so this is where I spend most of my time, is on professional recognition and academic recognition, right? It's the quality assurance of micro-credentials where we get stuck, because it's a new type of credential type. Just one point at the top, let me just read it out, that diverse providers, education, training, and learning providers, including from industry, how do we design micro-credentials with learning outcomes at its core, with skills and competency taxonomies, right? Again, mapped to things like a qualification framework, aligned with qualification frameworks that are locally relevant, as well as appropriate learning design and valid assessment methods. If that doesn't empower you as faculty, I don't know what does. When you think about creating your own micro-credential, putting assessment at the core of that, making sure that you are professionally relevant and recognized by industry, and academically, that students who take your micro-credential can use that to go back and to stack towards a bachelor's degree or master's degree, or for study and other opportunities, right? Recognition is a technical term for access to education and access to employment opportunities. Does that make sense? Thinking about recognition of micro-credentials is important before we just set out and tell everyone to create new badges, new online certificates, more things on LinkedIn. Does that empower you as an individual, or does that empower LinkedIn? Does everyone hear me? Do we want to power LinkedIn? Is that our pursuit with certificates? To upload more personal data to commercial platforms, right? You can challenge these points. I'm asking you to think about where we place our certificates, because this is important for recognition and it's important for promoting lifelong learning. Who owns your data? Does the learner own their data, or does LinkedIn own your data? Right? So we're thinking about micro-credentials and the type of system we want to see for ICE Institute and Indonesia. These are big questions. But these are the things you want to think about from the beginning, because we're thinking about how what you learn in a micro-credential aligns with a qualification framework or aligns with industry standards, right? And how that can contribute to your personal professional development, and that you can move through throughout your life for learning and throughout your life for different types of employment. A big topic. That one came up in a lot of detail. Try again. Trend 5. All right. This is the last one before I take a pause. So let me just look at this 5th trend, and we'll take a pause for any comments or questions before we go into examples. All right. I see one question, Professor Chan. Let me just make sure. Do you think the issue of the digital divide will come into play in micro-credentials as well? Audience, do we think that the digital divide is relevant? Madam Chair, we were just talking about this. If we're promoting micro-credentials and online learning, do we have equal access in Indonesia? I think not yet. Does everyone have equal access to the internet? Does everyone have equal access to quality online learning opportunities? Not yet. So these are fundamental issues as we think about the role of ICE Institute, as we think about what Universitas Terbuka is doing throughout the country in its 39 regional centers. Very powerful model to promote public access to opportunity. So we'll come back and welcome your comments, Professor Chan. The third bullet I just wanted to emphasize, micro-credentials are for lifelong learning and development. Would you agree with this? I'm gonna start walking around the room soon, so be ready. This for me is fundamental and exciting, that micro-credentials help all of us in this room grow throughout our careers. How can we ensure that micro-credentials are inclusive and do not further reinforce the digital divide? Professor Chan, exactly to your point. If we get all excited about online learning and don't address the digital divide, we have literally made things worse. Did things get worse during the pandemic for the most vulnerable, those who were left offline? Things absolutely got worse for the most vulnerable learners among us. Okay? Again, that's why ICE Institute's public mindset and mission to be inclusive and bring quality to the most people possible is necessary and ambitious. All right. I don't want to keep going on because I want to make sure that we pause there as the end of part 1 on trends. All right? So let me ask if there are any comments or questions on recognition or any specific issues around concepts of micro-credentials. I have one from Professor Bas. What do you think about AI can make disturbing influence for the lecturer or for giving duty to the student? Let's think, let me read it again. Giving duty to the student, I'm not sure what you mean. What do you think about AI making, is it gonna disrupt? Yeah, disrupt the lecturer for giving duty to the student. Would anyone like to answer that question? Randeep? Oh, I think Randeep is in the back. The influence of ChatGPT. Does this disrupt the lecturer or give new opportunities for the learner? Are you using ChatGPT yet? Not yet. Ma'am? Do you think it can empower, are you a lecturer, ma'am? Would you like to say anything about how ChatGPT can empower you as a lecturer or how it's going to influence your students?
Okay, I think ChatGPT has a positive effect for the lecturer and student. It depends on the personal again. If you want, personally for me, if I use a ChatGPT to enhance some, maybe some writing skills, something like that one, and then find some structure or evaluate some opinion of mine. And for the student, I suggest you still can use ChatGPT, but again, the ChatGPT is not 100% accurate. So you need to recheck again what the ChatGPT gave you, not only just copy and paste.
I think that's a very important point. For me, I understood that it can empower us as lecturers, whatever we're teaching, micro-credential or otherwise, it can empower students, but they can't just use it as a copy-paste solution for learning, right? This idea that it could transplant, the need to work, to challenge our minds. So perhaps ChatGPT as a tool, and we can get into that in the discussions in later sessions this afternoon. All right. I think duty means assignment. Yep, from Professor Chan. So the duty of assignment, does that empower, ChatGPT and AI? Does that help us with assignments, or does that become a hindrance? How can we use these tools effectively, including for AI, including for online learning? Questions about trends. This is just kind of high-level stuff about what's happening around micro-credentials to make sure they are relevant for life and employment, life and work. Questions or comments? I'm gonna walk around the room. Any quick thoughts? Micro-credentials. You feel okay about trend? Everyone's avoiding me. Yes, ma'am.
I would like to know I think if micro-credentials is being utilized by many institutions, it can help advance the skills and advance the ability of the people they want. But also we need to be careful about skills that's high-risk skills, we say, like engineering, medicines, pharmacies, chemistry, physics, and stuff like that. Because if they just give abilities without being make it what we call, we have to be careful about what this can do or what's the impacts of those skills. Then we need a micro-credential still needs some credentials from upper bodies.
Madam, and your name? Didam Mustafa. Nice to meet you. Very interesting point about how they can help us advance as institutions. And I love the second point, which is, but skills come with some level of responsibility, right? Skills, but, and we're talking about chemistry, engineering, or others. How are we representing those skills? What does that mean when you have a micro-credential in a specific field? It sounds like there's a responsibility to look at the overarching quality of what we're promoting, right? So maybe advocating for not only isolated skills, but understanding the entire person, understanding their entire competencies and skills, not only one credential type. That seems reasonable to me. Micro-credentials come with a level of responsibility, even as we try to advance reforms. Any other comments or questions from back here? Excited about micro-credentials? Not at all? Possibilities? Yes, great. So I want to show you some examples to make it more concrete. Is that okay? All right. Professor Paulina, any comments on micro-credentials so far? Any trends that seemed, not useful, or you want to see some examples, perhaps? Great. Let's keep moving then, if everyone's okay. We just change this into our part 2. Sorry, it's a little bit delayed. All right. So I got to present this last week, which was really exciting. You were the only case that we really showed slides. Indonesia was featured in the International Masterclass of Micro-Credentials because you're doing experimental work, forward-looking work on game developers in particular. So you have the 5 tracks. These are 3, plus the capstone, right? Within this program, there are many exciting elements that represent good practice. For me, this is a good example, but I don't have many others. There's so much potential here, but how do we get to do that where everyone in the room feels excited and incentivized, well paid, well recognized, to do more micro-credentials for and with a consortium, ICE Institute? Okay, so a very good example, a very good use case. ICE Institute's game developer. And I'm going to show you how we analyze and think about the quality of these issues. So I want to read these out. Everyone look on the left, and I'm going to ask you 1, 2, or 3, and you can kind of vote. Everyone look. 1, 2, or 3. I didn't do an online poll, but yeah, also online you can do it. Affordability, different dimensions around inclusion, stacking credentials. Does the game developer allow all of these issues that are listed on the left? And when I go through these one by one, what I'm asking you to think about is, are we at the early stages of building trust, sharing information? That's number 1, building trust, level 1. Are we still sharing information and trying to understand what we're talking about? Number 2, or are you confident that the micro-credential is adding value to your academic or professional pathway? Do you have evidence that your micro-credential adds value in a professional or academic sense? That's number 2. Number 3, are you confident that it's accessible and sustainable and promotes mobility, all the issues around sustainability, that it's integrated in the institution? Sustainability is everyone has access, and it's a continued part of that business plan within the institution. That would be 3. All right? So, is the game developer micro-credential at this stage of building trust? Hold up a number 1. Is it already adding value? Hold up a 2. Or 3, are you confident that it's already recognized internationally and integrated within our curriculums universally? What would you say? Affordability. You want to show me a number? Do you know enough about the affordability of the game credential, the game developer micro-credential? Right? So perhaps early stages. Think about number 2, inclusion. Does everyone have access to the game developer micro-credential? Is it something where you're sharing information about inclusion, or are you confident that people are included and that they can use this between their different pathways of opportunity? The game developer micro-credential, did you have a guess, Professor Paulina? 1 on inclusion. Can anyone in Indonesia enroll in the game developer micro-credential? Yes or no? Can they? Or do they have to be a higher education student? They have to be a higher education student. Okay? By definition, that's restrictive, but not everyone has access to higher education in Indonesia. Right? So it's more restrictive, but it's available. You know, we're talking about an inclusive principle that's positive. But how that adds value is, early stages perhaps. What that means to a career in an academic or professional sense is still taking shape. Stacking. Do we know that the game developer micro-credential is integrated and stacks to other degree programs or other career tracks? Do we know this, ladies and gentlemen? Not bad. It's integrated through the capstone experience. So I think we can think about that in a second. But we do have some evidence that it's adding value. I'll just go through the rest really quickly. Is there a verification of learning? Is there transparency about quality assurance of the micro-credential? Is there a sense of integrity of the results from that learning experience? Is it linked with industry? I just explained the capstone experience is linked with industry. The labor market demand is really important. And the number 9 on diversification of funding. I'm not sure of the financing model of the game developer micro-credential for the future. Is it dependent on public sector investment? Is it dependent on private sector investment? How do we diversify that so that, again, that diversification of funding reinforces sustainability? All right, so the bottom line argument there at the bottom is that this is still early stages. And I'll show you the way we looked at this score, and I'll let you challenge it. Is this where I should still be pointing? Yes, should I point to you? Yeah, there it is. All right. Yeah, if there's a way to lift the laptop, that would be great. Okay, great. So these are some of the scores that I tried to break down. Feel free to take a look and see if you disagree with any of these. I scored it through the analysis and case study by Professor Paulina and Professor Chan. Again, this is my own personal analysis, that there is a sense of adding value for professional and academic pathways, that affordability makes it, there is evidence there. I would say number two. Number one, much like Professor Paulina said, I think it's early days for inclusion, but we know that there's better and better information about it, so we're at the level of information provision. Same with stacking. For me, it's not absolutely clear how it leads to different academic or professional tracks. So I would say early stages, and so on and so forth. I think none of these are at level 3, where everything's operational and successful and we keep moving. Would anyone like to challenge those scores that you see so far? Building trust, adding value, or promoting sustainability. It's just a way to think about what do we expect from a micro-credential in terms of lifelong learning and employability. So early stages, and that's very much the case throughout Asia Pacific. It's actually less. So I think of this example as one of the best in Asia Pacific. Most of the region is still experimenting with what do we mean by a micro-credential. But the Game Developer Program is saying we're charging and we're going to create professional learning experiences that are recognized and quality assured. All right, we're going to get into some more examples. I'll go a little bit faster. Is everyone okay? I see a few people commenting online. This is great, but no questions so far. I'm going to keep backing up. How many of you know Allison.com? I didn't. I felt so embarrassed. I went to this meeting and this guy gets up and says, we have 30 million users. We're in countries around the world. 30 million online learners, right? Allison.com, by the end of my talk, you could have enrolled and started what he considered to be a micro-credential. I worked with my colleagues in Afghanistan. During the session, I sent it to him and he was already enrolled and sharing it with female faculty members around Afghanistan. That's how easy it was, right? Can I do the same for ICE Institute? Can I send someone ICE Institute's link and allow them to enroll in courses in scale? Not yet, right? Allison.com has a very interesting pricing model. It's free. They make enough money from just selling a percentage, maybe 15 or 20% of the certificates that students are willing to pay for. They pay for a simple certificate, a PDF that they can download, because students like their learning experience. Plus a little bit of advertising, which is less and less important as they get more and more users. That's their financial model. 30 million users, a percentage of which pay for the certificate. ICE Institute, as it scales, can think about these different pricing models and solutions. That's the first example. Allison.com, very inclusive of what quality assured is. Is that quality assured? Is that one of the options you want to put out there with Coursera or others? I'm not sure. But that's one of the options that came out last week, again, from the private sector, about where the private sector is thinking about credentialing, micro-credentialing. Anything over here that I can do? Oh, that was LinkedIn Learning. Let me go back one. Yeah. So LinkedIn Learning came up, obviously. 16,000 different courses. You can cancel anytime. You earn a certificate. All of these bells and whistles. LinkedIn Learning is certainly one solution for industry and government. But what was interesting is how they're thinking about skills-based hiring. So I'll go to the next slide, because I think you know LinkedIn Learning. Great. All right. So this next point from LinkedIn Learning was not about marketing, but it's about their goal. LinkedIn Learning is thinking about how can we promote skills-based hiring. They don't want people to be hired from their degree necessarily. They want people to get skills and competencies that are a part of their platform that can help people get access to jobs, right? Skills-based hiring. There's good alignment there. I think we all want skills-based hiring. We don't want you to just go to elite universities that lead to elite jobs. How can we use ICE Institute to promote access to opportunity? All right. I think the slides are back. The next was a private company. Does anyone know Festo? A German company, an engineering company. Apparently, they're one of the largest education and training providers in the world for technical education. More than 20,000 employees. They work in automation. But they also provide technical assistance to universities and colleges, including visualization of technical procedures, This was an example where you can buy access to different types of training opportunities for lifelong learning. Again, a good bridge with private sector, a company that for me stood out of how you can promote technical education and visualization of these learning tools. There's offices in Indonesia as well. Right, better. Okay, I highlighted this one because I think the idea of a consortium, the people in the room, do you provide a jointly issued microcredential? The European Commission is funding Arcus, which is a network of universities, and how they can each co-develop and co-recognize a microcredential, a European degree label, right? Something for ICE Institute to think about is how it works with different consortium members to do specialized work that is relevant in healthcare or other specialized industry, transport, take your pick. All right, almost to the end of our trends. Next slide. And this was, for me, one of the most exciting. Can I finish on this exciting one? And then if you have comments on your examples, that's what I hope to get to as well. This is from the State University of New York. And the reason I like it is not because it's from the US, but because it's kind of a public sector mindset of how can we be inclusive in the use of effective policy. This is relevant for ICE Institute as it sets open policies and how it empowers its members. Anything we can do, great. Look at all these diverse campuses, more than 60 campuses. ICE has 15 members now. SUNY has 64, distributed around the state. Obviously, Indonesia is much, much larger, but the state university mindset of how can we work together as a consortium is very relevant. This map, representing what kind of skills and opportunities you offer, shows how microcredentials is at the core of making sure students have access to opportunity. All right, next slide. Thank you. All right. So a policy-based approach to scaling microcredentials. Again, I think this is for the Secretariat at ICE Institute, how you can promote autonomy. Have we issued a memo on creating your own microcredentials? Does UT have a memo on creating microcredentials? Faculty task force to set up priorities to decide how we're going to use autonomy so that we can, faculty members, whether in education or elsewhere, can respond to labor market demand and create new types of microcredentials. This is going to be where innovation comes from. Next slide. That's okay. Thank you. So I'll just read these out. Everyone take a look at what this policy-driven approach is so that everyone feels like they can innovate. And that's what I think is exciting, that faculty feel excited that they're not being restricted. It's not top-down. It's driven by their understanding of the needs and market and guided by the policy. High quality is a principle, that it's approved by faculty governance, that your universities approve the quality of the microcredential, very important. Faculty governance, curriculum committees, that it's industry specific. We're not creating microcredentials and unbundling just because we unbundle. What demand and what needs are there in terms of skills development? Does it lead towards pathways for learning? Is it stackable? Is this microcredential worth its standalone value? Does it contribute to other learning opportunities? Number 4, is it portable? Can you transfer these digital badges between universities and between platforms? Number 5, does it meet the needs of multiple audiences for lifelong learning? Diverse groups. All right, next slide. So that policy is just a framework, but it led to a lot of innovation and a platform to search for microcredentials. And I thought this was very interesting for ICE as well, to think about the ability to scale. This idea on the top of a system-wide policy of how local campuses and procedures can contribute to the greater good and be part of that searchable database, right? These are tools that allow learners to understand their value and quality. Understand value and quality. But we're going to need a robust and consistent campaign to get the word out. 2 key messages that she walked away with. A policy-based approach to empower faculty, but also communications to help people understand the value of new credentials. Really fundamental about what goes in these databases. I think there's really a lot of work here and way forward for ICE Institute. Next slide. Great. That's the end of part 2 in examples. Do you have other examples from traditional certificate programs or micro-credentials or things that you've heard? Other examples? I know that's a lot of material already, but I hope it's stimulating some ideas about what could work. All right. All right. Should we pause there? Any other comments or thoughts? We could push through to the guidelines, but I don't want to overload the audience. We can do the guidelines in more of a focus group if people are interested in thinking about quality assurance, professional and academic recognition of micro-credentials. We could do that in a working group. I think we're okay. I don't see people online. I still have more material, but I don't want to keep pushing through material if people are ready for a break or something else. Madam Chair, I'll pass back and see how we are doing.
Okay. Yeah, everyone, if you have something in mind, do you have any question? You can ask the keynote speaker.
Then I have one video at the end that I want to show you.
Honestly, UT implement the MBKM. It's for Freedom for Learn. So this is the program designed by Minister of Education, and some of the courses provided by ICE also. All the students can take the course from the ICE that provided by the ICE. And also from the lecture, we also requested to take the courses. And I think some of the lecture here also have the experiences to take the course in ICE. I also take one courses from there. Maybe some of the lecture here maybe can share the experiences when they take the course. Also, some of them, I know some of them, they also teach some courses in courses that are provided by ICE. Maybe one of the participants can share about their experiences. Anyone? Maybe from the Faculty of Education? Mbak Suci? Can you share about your experiences? Okay. Okay. Dr. Wesley, you saying before about you work with more than 40 countries in Asia, right? About education. And if you see Indonesia have 1,000 islands, and also we have a very big population. And do you think that do you think that there's another country they have the same criteria like Indonesia? How they can cope this situation to make to give the equal education to the people, to the nation, and focus on the micro credential? Is it possible that not only people in the city but also the people in rural area can beneficial with this program with micro credential and also education? Okay.
I think it's a great question, and I'd love to hear other examples that you've seen from the group, because that's fundamental, isn't it? How do you promote inclusive access to quality education? India comes to mind for SWAYAM, the idea of using online learning, not just for quality assurance and degrees, but just to promote access to opportunity and learning for all. So SWAYAM is a platform for online learning in India, which is a great success, but not enough. The Philippines and how it promotes flexible learning strategies and recognition, good policies, very difficult to implement at scale. So I think it's early days. Specifically for micro-credentials, New Zealand has a definition, Malaysia has a definition, and Australia. So these three countries, Australia, New Zealand, and Malaysia. But Malaysia has more than 15,000 recognized micro-credentials, right? So how do they get to that scale to promote access to opportunity? It's through unbundling degree programs and meaningful bits and chunks. That's not enough to answer your question about opportunity for all, but it's different pathways for opportunity in different contexts that matters. So how we do that here is really a fundamental question that we're trying to work through to make guidelines useful for faculty.
So we need a commitment, right? Not only UT, but also the government and everyone have a commitment. Okay, there's one slide that you shared with us about the 9 common challenges from ICE game developer. So there's a 3 table, right? And from 9 common challenges, there's not yet in the sustainability. So do you mind to share with us why? Is it new? And how do you think about the future growth of this ICE game development program?
Yeah, these are great questions. And feel free to challenge if you want to email or talk about this later. The reason it's not sustainable in my view is because it's not recognized internationally and kind of a permanent part of the offering. It's so new, and it's something that could be a novelty, like MOOCs were a novelty. Did MOOCs become a fundamental part of how we promote teaching and learning in Indonesia? It's one option, but I wouldn't consider it, sustainable in the sense that we have a national platform and we're still moving in that direction. Very early days for micro-credentials around Asia Pacific. So this is already great innovation, great success at the game developer program to be pushing ahead, but not sustainable in the sense that we know where its funding is coming from. We know that there's long-term commitment. It's only the second cycle. So this is really an exciting time, but we need to be looking at what's the value for academics and professionals. Like, what value add is there? So that's why I gave it a 2.
Okay. And maybe there's another question from the participant. Okay, there's one question.
Toha.
Yeah, you know it already.
Yeah, thank you. Dr. Wesley, you mentioned about award digital credential to learners using open standard based on W3C, verifiable credentials. I just wonder, how does it work in the field? I mean, could you give illustration to us about, just in case ICE would like to implement that kind of standard?
Fantastic question. And I think this is exactly what we need to be understanding of when we mean interoperability of digital credentials. W3C is basically the folks who run the standards of the internet. It's how we share information on the internet. These are protocols. So this working group in the W3C is creating standards for verifiable credentials. What information is allowed to go in there or needed to go in there that doesn't violate personal data, that allows us to describe the learning outcomes so that it's verifiable from who issued the credential. So these standards are important for global interoperability. So Europass is an example of a platform that promotes the use of these standards, the standards for verifiable credentials. So we don't yet have that in Asia Pacific. We don't have a standard set of operational standards that we can use for digital credentials yet. We're still using private sector providers and they own the data, right? But we need to get to a point where learners own their data, that digital credentials belong to the individual and that they can move those credentials around the system, right? Because digital credentials are about giving feedback. What information goes in there? How is it shared between different learning organizations for employment, for training throughout your life? And when you have that feedback loop, like what Europass is doing, you're getting better and better information about the learners and what they need, right? Not just what LinkedIn Learning tells us what we need, which is one option. You can tell LinkedIn and they will continuously give you feedback within their closed ecosystem. But the W3C standards are trying to make that a global architecture. I hope that makes sense.
Okay, thank you. So the committee, is there any question from the online participant?
I lost my laptop. Sorry, online learners. It's over there.
Is there any question?
And then I did have a video at the end that I wanted to show you.
Okay. Is there any question? Oh, okay. There's a question from the online. Oh, okay. Yes, please.
All right. First of all, I want to thank you for such an engaging and wonderful presentation. I learned so much through the session. I just want to ask you specifically on the notion of inclusivity. As you might know, unlike conventional university, unlike conventional education model, open education poses a biggest challenge, which is to cater to serve a highly diverse dimensions of people. So what do you think is the best practice to design an inclusive material, open education that can cater to any individual, nevertheless their needs, their background, their economical status, and so everything. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And can I know your background? What faculty are you from? Or
I'm actually a student of Universitas Terbuka.
Ah, fantastic, a student from UT. Fantastic. Well, I think this is the right question and really appreciate your thoughts and what you would like to see from this, because we need to hear from learners about what they need to be part of this consultation. So thank you for your question, and I welcome your thoughts too.
Thank you so much.
So for me, inclusion is getting down to understanding individual needs at different points in your life. We also need professional development, right? At different points in our life and career. So what we need is an individualized education plan for everyone on Earth. We don't have the architecture to do that yet in a free and inclusive way. So what I think is interesting is to think about the concept of individual learning accounts, right? We have to know enough about the individual and their learning profile, what they have done throughout their life, and what they need next to access opportunity in a specific setting or based on their goals. We are so far from being able to provide quality education to everyone on Earth. Sustainable Development Goal 4 universally is off track around the world. We are not on track to achieve Sustainable Development Goal 4. Countries are not on track. Individuals feel that. They don't feel like they have universal access to opportunity and quality education. To get there, it's not just one answer. It's going to be a lot of different answers for a lot of different types of individuals. How to get there is why UT is relevant, why ICE Institute is relevant, and I think why we're all here. So I'd love to talk more about that with you.
Different learning. Thank you. And there's another question from the online participant. Dr. Wesley, do you think the issue of digital divide will come into play in MC as well?
Yes, I think we talked about this, and Professor Chan, thank you again for your excellent case study with Professor Paulina and many contributions in the QA space of this work. It absolutely is coming into play already. The digital divide is real. It's gotten worse during the pandemic.
Okay, is there any question? Okay, only one question? Or another question?
We've talked about that one, I believe.
Oh, okay. Okay, waiting for another question. There's another question here, from offline participant. Okay, this one. Is there any standard to create one MC, or it can be various model based on the expected learning outcome?
It's a great question. And again, I'd love to hear from you in the audience what you expect of micro-credentials, because it's undefined yet in many ways. It's still an open discussion. Is there any standard to create one micro-credential? The answer is no. Or can it be various models based on the expected learning outcome? It can be various models, but will that be relevant for different learning needs and different professional standards? So I think what you're trying to do is think about when you create a micro-credential program, what is the relevant quality assurance and assessment protocol to meet a specific career or learning objective? There can't be one approach, right? There's going to be general guidelines, like we need to think about relevant quality assurance standards in order to reach expected learning goals and professional goals. Again, highly specific challenge, but we can do it if we get these learning platforms, and if ICE Institutes gets its career mentoring system set up as well, which we're going to talk about later today.
I think you haven't shared about the evaluation, 7 evaluation. Have you shared about it? Okay, so I just want to asking about, because there's a 4 table, right? From 0 to 4, and there are 7 criteria like evidence, quality, authenticity, and etc. But then how you can choose that, like why this is yes for quality in the second grading 2, and why for authenticity it will be yes in the workload, etc.
Yeah.
So is there any sub-criteria, every criteria? Okay, thank you.
Can we bring up that slide? Because it's a great question in the guidelines. There's a multicolored table called a stoplight. It has one of the last slides.
Bisa dibuka lagi PPT slide-nya?
Yeah, it's one of the last slides. Yes, forward. This is from the guidelines that we're developing on academic and professional recognition. And this is the table that I think you're referencing, Madam Chair. Is that right? Yeah. And you were talking about the second level on authenticity or quality? Oh yeah, under quality. So let me just explain what we have here. This is the beginning of a simple stoplight model for micro-credentials and quality assurance. We can get this online and quickly determine if we know enough about a micro-credential to quality assured or not. So the question here is, do we have any information about quality? That would be if no information is available about quality of a micro-credential, it would be 0. If we know, and there are sub-indicators for quality, if we have access to information but it's insufficient, it would be a 1. And yes, that means we know that it's quality assured and anchored in a specific context, number 2, right? Yeah. And 3 is even more advanced. We can even measure the indicators of that success. Yeah. So this is because ICE Institute programs are quality assured. They're anchored in an institutional program. So that's why it's number 2. But I would like to translate that and get it online and useful for ICE Institute so that when you scale micro-credentials, this table or an adaptation of it has those sub-indicators that are relevant for your needs. And then we can start to say and challenge based on evidence why a micro-credential from an industry provider or education and training provider is quality assured or not. So for me, this table is a tool to break down what we mean by quality. I would like to see this, done at scale.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah. Okay, is there any question from the audience? Oh, okay, so, maybe we stop first for the question and answer session.
Would you like to see a quick video from a transportation authority? This is like a 3-minute, overview from an industry provider.
Yeah, we still have time. Maybe we can turn on the videos.
Is that possible?
Yes.
You need one more
there's another question. Okay. Could you share any project that work on the digital credential ownership? Will there be any initiatives?
I think this is really exciting, and I would love to see more projects around Indonesia and around the entire region, frankly, because a lot of what I see is in Europe. It's well funded by the European Commission. They are funding micro-credentials at scale. It's very competitive because they have huge resources to develop new micro-credentials, whereas most of us, we're dealing with our own ideas and own resources, but we haven't gotten new resources to do this at scale yet. I mean, there are examples, and the Merdeka program is providing tremendous incentives at policy level, very powerful, right? So there's a lot happening in Indonesia that's very forward-looking. So I think in digital credential ownership, I think Europass is the main example at scale where individuals can keep their digital credentials and move them between platforms. Europass is one example, but I would like to learn more about what's happening in the region, frankly. There are a few examples that we can point to.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so we can turn on the video.
And just to preface, this is from last week, and I thought it was a very clear example from a group that's been providing micro-credentials for a long time, and I think it show you how you could do this work with local industry around your sector, in your field of interest, in a specific local economy. How can we do this type of partnership development? Can we show that? It's on YouTube, I hope it works. It's one of the last slides, and it's just if you click on the image, or it's in the notes. There it is. And I wonder if that will open a window for you. And if not, the link is also in the notes. So it's a YouTube link. There it is. There might be some commercials first. Oh no, it's already loading. And we'll just wait for the sound. 1 second while we work on the sound. Or else I can read it. The capital investment of transport projects around... I tried to get a narration voice for you.
Travel projects, be they walking or cycling projects particularly. So our remit is sustainable transport.
So can we go back a little? But this is good.
In terms of the roads are...
Great, and here's the video from Dublin.
Good morning, my name is Margaret Malone and I'm the Head of Corporate Services in the National Transport Authority.
National Transport Authority.
The role and remit of the National Transport Authority is focused on the planning and development and delivery of sustainable transport projects. On the capital investment side, we invest in public transport projects around the country, and we also invest in active travel projects, be they walking or cycling projects particularly. So our remit is sustainable transport, and we also have a big responsibility in terms of reducing carbon emissions nationally from a public transport point of view. We're delighted to be engaged in this course because we see it as addressing a particular need. We have a skills deficit in terms of transport planning and transport modelling skills nationally. And given the huge range of projects that are coming at us over the next few years and what's contained in the National Transport Plan in terms of the Metro Line project, Bus Connects, DART, the expansion of the DART programme, we really need people with these skills to be able to support us and to help us and to work with us. So this particular MC is going to help build the skills level nationally. We hope that's the plan. From the authority's point of view, micro-credentials are very attractive because of their flexibility. The short-term nature of them allows us to release staff, and it also is attractive for people to gain those incremental learning credits that are of value to all of us. We've had a very positive engagement with Trinity on the micro-credential course on transport planning and modelling, to the point that I'd say we would be open and up for looking at other MC options in the future. Absolutely. We see a huge connection. From an employer's point of view, we want to attract the best people out there. We have some of the best people in the country, experts in their field, working with us on a variety of really exciting public transport and sustainable transport projects. So for us to be able to offer continuous learning and development options makes us an even more attractive employer. And we want to hold on to people that we currently have. Staff retention is a huge issue at the moment in terms of the current employment market out there. So anything we can do to offer more incentives to people. The flexibility that MCs offer is hugely attractive to us. It enables people to commit to a course, do the course, but get in and get out in a reasonable length of time. We want people to avail of further and continuous training and educational opportunities, but we're a very busy organisation and we have a lot of big mega projects on the go at the moment. Absolutely go for it. Our experience particularly has been that matching up the practice with the academic side of things, with the research side of things, has been hugely rewarding. It's given us a platform within which to share the message about what we do, share our expertise. We've gained a lot from being involved in the course and engagement with students and with the academic staff in Trinity. But it's that core piece of matching your practice with your research is a very fruitful relationship, and I think other organisations will get a lot out of it. We certainly have.
There's many beneficial if we have the micro-credential, not only for the student, but also for the lecturer, right? Okay, so is there any thought that you can share to us for the closing statement?
Sure. And, I'd love to hear your thoughts on where we go forward. And for me, that video is an example of what we can do in local communities. That we have to think differently about traditional higher education. We have to be precise about how micro-credentials can meet a specific need, right, for learning and employment. And I think that's where we're talking about micro-credentials as a tool to promote this exciting innovation and way forward. And I think that example shows you that we need resources to do that. We need to be vocal about the resources to develop good content like that. We need good partnerships with industry. We need to be responsive and as we think about transforming and really promoting access to opportunity for lifelong learners. So going forward, I think the Asian Development Bank wants to help ICE Institute scale its micro-credentials program and promote that in a quality-assured way. So that's the type of guidelines that we're developing, and I'd love you to be part of that, both learners and employers and also lecturers, so that we develop these guidelines in a way that are used. And that stoplight model is just a way to think, did we meet our own criteria for micro-credentials? So I want to work with you on that, and I'd love to think systematically about that over the coming months as we start to scale micro-credentials and really give ICE Institute the boost to build on its successes in the game developer program.
Okay, thank you so much for insightful discussion for today. And everyone, thank you so much, Mr. Weasley. And also thank you for this session. Maybe we close this session. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Give applause to Dr. Weasley Teeter, PhD. Thank you. Thank you so much.
All right, Dr. Astri, and thank you very much, Dr. Wesley Titter, for a very insightful presentation. Now it's time for us to have the second break. We will take a break until 1:30 p.m. Bagi Bapak Ibu, sebelum break? Okay, there will be a quiz before we have a break. Okay, as usual, Prof. Pauline.
Thank you, Pak Oji. Ladies and gentlemen, before we go into our break, I think there is one question for all of you. If you still remember or understand what Dr. Wesley was presenting regarding the trends in online education, especially the micro-credentials. If you understand that Universitas Terbuka is what we call serving lifelong learning, open education for all, and also ICE Institute is having a tagline, Merdeka Belajar untuk Semua. Which trend do you think is the most match to ICE Institute and Universitas Terbuka? There are 5 trends. Come on. Which trends? Trends number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, or number 5? Remember, Universitas Terbuka providing education for all without barrier, without constraint. ICE Institute, Merdeka Belajar untuk Semua. Anybody? Hello? Yes, Pak.
Check. I think number 5, long life learning.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Yay! Big applause. What is your name, Pak?
My name is Faiz from FKIP.
Oh, Faiz from FKIP. Yes, we have a souvenir now for the winner. Ini buat Bu Isti. Ibu Isti and Pak Faiz, please come forward. Since you want already the questions and the quiz, it means that you have to be the family of ICE Institute and expecting us to call on you all the time. Okay?
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Congratulations. Okay. Thank you, Pak Oji. Time is yours.
Thank you very much, Prof. Pauline, for the quiz and for the token of appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have the second break. We will take a break until 1:30 p.m. Bagi Bapak Ibu yang ingin melaksanakan sholat zuhur, panitia telah menyediakan sejadah di lobi sayap kiri dari arah saya berdiri. Bapak Ibu dimohon untuk kembali ke ruangan pada pukul 1.30. Terima kasih. and we've come to the last session. Our last sharing session is on establishing digital career platforms, which will be delivered by Dr. Randip Sudan, the founder of Multiverse, as well as a digital career platform specialist. This session will be moderated by Professor Dewi Padmo, PhD, the head of Research and Community Service Institute of Universitas Terbuka, until 3 p.m. Dr. Sudan and Prof. Dewi, please proceed to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I hope you still have an energy to stay in this room until 3 o'clock, probably 3 o'clock. And I also would like to welcome the online participant. I hope they also still join, because I heard some participant that in the morning they came here, but they already know that there is a Zoom, so they shift into join our program using online. So they are still there, but by online. So this session, the third session, we are going to share the about the a work-based learning program for Indonesian cyber education, right? And our speaker, the honorable speaker that would like to discuss about that, which is the topic, it's very, very important because right now with Merdeka Belajar, Kampus Merdeka, the program insists our students to have an internship in the part of their education. So might be this will be very excited for the lecturer and also for the rector or for the Director General of Education to hear about this topic. And I also would like to ask if you also, the audience, the participant also have an experience about how to deal with the work-based learning program. You also invited, welcome to give your experience to this forum. And before we start, I would like to introduce our speaker today, which is Mr. Randip Sudan. Randip Sudan is the founder of Multiverse, right? Multiverse, a company recently established in Singapore that aspires to leverage data analytics for helping workers, companies, and government to better prepare for disruption in labor market on account of automation and AI. He is currently the board advisor for ecosystem and a technology research and advisory firm, and RecruitPal. RecruitPal is the name of another company, okay? RecruitPal is a recruitment platform for helping SMA to better adopt to technology safe. He has served as a global advisor for digital strategy and practice manager for information and communication technology at the World Bank. Before joining the World Bank, Randip was a member of Indian Administrative Service and served in the state of Andhra Pradesh. Andhra Pradesh. I hope I pronounce it right. Whereby he helped the state to become a leader in digital government and a prominent international destination for IT-based services in the country. Randip Sudan got his master's degree from the London School of Economics. Without further ado, I give the stage for you. So, Mr. Sudan Randip, please.
Thank you very much. and a very good afternoon to all of you. So the topic today is trying to develop a work-based learning program for ICE. And this entire presentation is based on the terms of reference which have been provided to us by the Asian Development Bank and of course in consultation with ICE as to what should be the different aspects or different elements which should be covered as part of this project. So let's start with the detailed tasks. So the first task is to develop a structured methodology. So it says develop a structured methodology to impart enduring integrative thinking skills to students as part of work-based learning engagements, facilitating transitions from school to work. So I'll quickly go through these. There are 9 different aspects which need to be covered as part of this program. I'll go through quickly these 9 aspects, and then we'll go in a little more detail on each one of them. The second point on the TOR is to develop a template for public-private employer organizations to actively engage with students. Such engagement could, for example, identifying emerging business risks and opportunities for participating organizations in the near, medium, and long term. The third aspect is to develop some screening criteria for potential externship partners together with tertiary education and O&M experts. The fourth is an outreach program. So how do you reach out to public and private employer organizations to identify problems and challenges that students should address? The fifth is, I'm just thinking this is working, yes. Fifth is onboarding guidance to students. So there are a lot of platforms which are out there for connecting students with internship opportunities and work-based learning opportunities. So the idea is, how do you guide the students on those platforms? Sixth is, how do you provide an international exposure and international learning to these students as part of work-based learning? And then the seventh is, how do you define the evaluation criteria to measure success of work-based learning programs? And eighth is, how do you build capacity for ICE in dealing with work-based learning? And finally, the last one is, how do you test the work-based learning program? As you can see, there are lots of activities. It's a fairly ambitious program and quite a comprehensive program focused on work-based learning. So now let's go through each of these aspects in a little more detail. So let's start with item 1, which is looking at how do you structure the entire program. So here is just a visual which shows what is a career navigation framework, because whatever work-based learning we are planning should be anchored in a career navigation system. So first we start with labor market analysis, just to figure out which are the skills which are more important, which skills are trending up, which skills are not as important in the future. Then number 2 is some self-assessment by the students about what their interests are, where they would like to go. Then doing a skill gap analysis of the students. Then based on that skill gap analysis, you have personalized skill development plans. And then comes the central piece, which is integration with work-based learning. And based on that, you have assessment and credentialing, and then job search and placement, just-in-time skills, and ultimately lifelong learning. So that's the complete cycle in terms of a career navigation framework. Now we are finding that the half-life of skills is getting dramatically reduced. So today, if somebody is doing an engineering degree, for example, within 2 years of completing that degree, the value of that degree is half of what it was on completion of that degree. And this time is getting shorter and shorter. So which means when we are thinking of work-based learning, we have to keep in mind that what will be the mechanisms to see that students acquire skills which are not only where the half-life is shortening, but where there is a possibility of enduring skills. No matter what happens to technology, no matter what happens to business models, there are certain skills which are enduring skills, and we need a mechanism to provide those skills to students because of this factor of shortening half-life of skills. Now, in today's rapidly changing world, strategic foresight, which is a skill to think about the future, is a very important skill. And in our view, it is the best way to acquire integrative skills into creative thinking and skills which will be enduring, which will be long-term. So those who can anticipate and adapt to change will thrive. Coming next to just looking at the importance of strategic futures or strategic foresight, number one, it can help develop critical thinking, creativity, and problem-solving skills that are transferable across disciplines. So no matter what discipline you are in, no matter what job you are in, these type of skills will become increasingly important going forward. They also foster resilience and adaptability because students will be able to do better in an uncertain future and unforeseen changes. And finally, they can cultivate well-rounded individuals who effectively contribute to society regardless of their chosen path. Now, if you look at strategic foresight as a discipline, if you search on all these online MOOCs, Coursera, Udemy, EDX, all these, yes. One is corporate partnerships, where students get work opportunities with companies. There could be some research projects as well. Now, I would like to emphasize on research because if you look at the future of education, future of universities, I think with all this movement which is going on chat GPT, artificial intelligence, automation, this is likely to make those universities successful which are focused more on research. Because the ordinary type of courses will increasingly become very easy to acquire those skills. So those areas which are research, which are required advanced sort of understanding and advanced work is likely to become more important. So how is it possible for us to integrate research as part of a work-based learning program is also a challenge. And then, of course, the third pillar is academic partnerships, because one can work with other academic institutions in a work-based learning context. For example, you might have students from a European university working with students in Indonesia, and to that extent, there is a better engagement as far as the work-based learning program is concerned. Now, if we look at Arizona State University, which is one of the good examples of collaborating with the private sector, it connects on 9 different dimensions. And as you can see, number 1, engage talent. Number 2, advanced research and development. So research and development, a point which I just highlighted, is an important part of ASU. Then, of course, because they are developing technologies, they are licensing these technologies, they are developing the workforce of companies, enhancing the brand of these companies, co-locating centers of excellence within ASU with companies, establishing corporate innovation labs, having consortia, and rethinking the future of your business. The last point, rethink the future of your business, is nothing but strategic foresight or strategic futures, which is what I mentioned as part of task 1. Now, if we look at what might be work-based learning opportunities in the case of Indonesia, the possibilities are, number one, to work with some of the bigger companies like Telkom Indonesia, Bank Mandiri, Gojek, or there are other companies as well. And these are just illustrations. These are just possibilities. I'm sure ICE is already working with some companies, and there would be a whole range of companies which we could include as part of a work-based learning program. So this is Tokopedia, Excel, Axiata, BCA, and these are just some examples. But I also feel that an important part of work-based learning may actually be not only to work with these bigger companies, but to work with small and medium enterprises as well. Where am I supposed to point this? Because these slides are not moving. Am I supposed to point it there? Okay. So if you look at SMEs in Indonesia, now 99.9% of all businesses in Indonesia are actually SMEs, and the majority, 98.75%, are micro enterprises. So that leaves us with a small percentage which are actually small and medium in the sense, they have more number of employees, they have some revenues which are higher, and that category might be one category where we can connect work-based learning with these SMEs so that we achieve two objectives. We not only improve skills of students, but we also enhance the capability of these SMEs. So it has a social impact dimension as well, which is something which we should explore. Now, one could develop, as part of this deliverable, one can develop some templates for MOUs, test them out, and see what might be a rapid way of getting agreement with companies to be able to provide these work-based learning opportunities to students. I had a look at this Campus Merdeka, the online platform of the Indonesian government, where students can find internships, for example. And we find that there are less companies and more students. So obviously, there are a large number of students who are looking for work-based learning opportunities, but are unable to get them. So there has to be an approach which allows us to rapidly connect with companies and see that more and more companies engage with us so that we can really, ramp up the program. Now, the task 3 is to look at screening criteria, that how would you select which companies and which partners one should be having this work-based learning program with. So I think that we will have to develop the detailed criteria, but just as a sort of starter, the important things might be industry relevance, because these are students who are in cyber education, most of them. And to that extent, there has to be work-based learning opportunities which are in computer science domains, software development, analytics, AI, cyber security. And we would also like to have a social impact dimension when we are architecting this work-based learning. So if a company is doing something, or if we are engaged on a work-based learning program which has a social impact, all the better. And finally, one could look at, say, quality supervision, because these students would need to be assessed as to what are the skills they have acquired, not only by faculty, but maybe companies should also have some role in at least providing some feedback on the quality of work done. This is an example from, say, a company, Aurora, that if we were to identify ideal companies for collaborating, so here's a company which has a ESG, which is environment, social and governance rating, which is pretty high. It is focused on the sustainable development goals. The company size is something like 262 employees. It's not very big company, still a smaller company, but very much focused on climate and on sustainability. It's a relatively new firm, and in the sense that it is not as if it's a 50-year-old firm. It was founded in 2010, but is expanding fast. It is getting some investments into the company, and there are opportunities which are computer science related in software engineering, UI, UX design, etc. So this type of company would perhaps be one of the ideal partners to have a work-based learning program. Now, I mentioned social impact as one of the criteria. Now, here's a survey which was done globally, which is called the Edelman Trust Barometer. So basically, it surveyed employees and wanted to know that what are these employees, what are the factors which these employees consider important as part of employment. So they found that 81% said that career advancement is the most important. 78% thought that personal growth and empowerment, but significantly 69% felt that they want to have social impact. And they would be willing to change jobs and change companies if they can achieve social impact, which is very interesting. So which means that this new generation which is coming up, they are increasingly focused on social impact, and that has to be one of the criteria that we should be following, and it should be included in the screening mechanism which we define. Now coming next to task 4, that what should be our outreach to these companies. Now I had a good discussion with a company called Recruiter Pal, which is a recruitment platform, and it recruits staff for a lot of companies, including in Indonesia and Singapore. And the feedback I got was that companies would be interested in offering work-based learning opportunities to students so long as the cost of doing that is minimum, and the work-based learning program ultimately helps their bottom line. So low cost and bottom line. Now students, we also found, we tested out with students from different universities previously. So we have worked with students from Princeton, from Berkeley, from University of Michigan, University of Boston. In Europe, we worked with Lund in Sweden, with Tilburg, with ESCP in France, and with Queensland in Australia. The experience is that when you get these students to work with companies, the companies have a sense that these students may not be able to add as much value as they would like to be added. Because students alone obviously have some limitations. So what we feel is that the best model for work-based learning might be to have students working with companies, but to associate one or more top industry experts as part of that engagement. As soon as you bring an industry expert, though the cost may go up, but the students will learn more because they have somebody who is an expert to constantly guide them. And the company for which this work-based learning opportunity, is taking place, that company would see far more value at the end of this work-based learning program. And therefore, if we can have a mechanism where you have students working for companies, but you also introduce an industry expert into the mix, that may be a much better model for work-based learning. And I think that model is currently not there when you think of internships and you think of the existing ways in which work-based learning is being rolled out. So I think we need to change that model a bit, and it will make a big difference in terms of both in terms of learning and on the company side. Now, if we look at outreach, it also is the problem that companies, when you reach out to them, they have to think about, what project to assign to these students. So often, it is not easy for the companies to define a clear-cut project which connects with, the academic curriculum or course for a work-based learning experience. And that itself can result in lack of engagement with a company, and we may not get as many companies as we would like to. So the approach could perhaps be to see that we can offer certain standard products where students learn and it is linked to their academic program, and where companies can also benefit. So for example, if we were to offer companies that we can do a structured actionable futures exercise where we can identify what are the risks and opportunities for your company in the near, medium, and long term, I think that would be an attractive proposition to companies because they're looking at what are the risks and what are the opportunities. And if there's an industry expert also, which is part of this equation, then this becomes a product you can offer to virtually every company, because every company at the end of the day, I think would have a little, at least a little interest in what are the emerging risks and opportunities. Number two, we could, for example, have programs around SME digitization. That's a priority of the Indonesian government to digitize SMEs. And there are a large number of SMEs where the systems are still, legacy systems, and there's an opportunity to digitize them. So if there is a specialization which helps these SMEs to digitize various parts, it may be the HR system, it may be logistics, it may be inventory, it may be whatever, even delivery, online activity with customers, that is an important area where there might be a lot of opportunities for not only helping SMEs, but also having students to develop skills. Another area which is important to companies is competitor analytics. So how do you track what the competition is doing? Now this would require to track what are the hiring strategies of these companies, and this would mean extracting data from job postings of companies, being able to use artificial intelligence, NLP, to pick up the skills from those job postings, populate the taxonomies. All these activities are very useful for anybody who is in computer science. And this would really help companies to also understand where the competition is going. And this could be a constant, could be an ongoing engagement, which maybe companies are more interested once you present this as a product to them. Similarly, there may be opportunities in the university itself, because especially for courses like climate science, climate data, it might be possible to create courses in the metaverse, which are immersive courses, and students could be used to develop such courses, and that itself becomes a work-based learning program, but also helps the university in developing abilities which otherwise might not be that easy. So there could be possibilities of doing this with metaverse platforms. So I tested this idea with 3 metaverse platforms. One platform is called Metaverse. It is a very high-profile platform because they had actually helped a place called Liberland to be located in the metaverse, an entire geographical area to be developed. And that had some of the world's top architects working on it. Zaha Hadid were the architects who worked on Liberland, and that was anchored on Metaverse. So I had a discussion with Metaverse. I had a discussion with another company called Gametronics in India, which also has a Metaverse platform. I also talked to a company called Bizverse in Singapore, which is having a Metaverse platform for businesses. Each one of them said that they would be very happy to engage with students because they feel that whatever assets are developed would add to their attractiveness as a platform, while at the same time would possibly develop assets which can be used for teaching and for doing things very differently in terms of courses, which are also linked to social impact. So that's an example of the type of work that could be interested. Similarly, ESG metrics. ESG is becoming a very important criteria for most companies. In fact, the Securities and Exchange Commission in the US has increased the requirements, compliance requirements on ESG. So earlier they were looking at scope 1, which was basically what is the carbon footprint of the work which a company is doing. Scope 2, which is looking at total sort of carbon footprint, and scope 3, which is looking at upstream and downstream carbon footprint. Now, if you have to develop scope 3, you need a lot of alternative data, and a lot of these companies will have to develop scope 3 going forward, and that's a unified or a uniform product, which could be a work-based learning type of offering, which could perhaps be used. And now with ChatGPT being on the rage all over, lots of companies would be interested in looking at how to use these generative AI and large language models as part of their business operations. Because this can have impact on customer service, it can have impact on accounts, it can have impact on manufacturing, anything, you name it. So what might be the opportunities for companies to benefit from these technologies could itself be a product. And this is just a sort of teaser to tease out what might be the type of projects which we could take up, which could be uniform, vanilla type of products which we could easily go to a company, and company has this option, a la carte, and it can pick up one, or it may have something which is very interesting for them, and that could be a separate conversation. So that is all related to the outreach program. Now coming to the next slide, is that there may be certain areas which are becoming more important, and perhaps ICE has the opportunity to develop courses and also work-based learning programs which are linked to these important areas. So I was sharing with my colleagues the other day that there is another ICE in the University of Cambridge, which is the Institute of Continuing Education, and they have a course, Master of Studies in AI Ethics and Society, and this course is for overseas students is like 33 or 34,000 British pounds. So obviously the University of Cambridge is making a fair amount of revenues on courses like these, and these are courses which are going to be more important given the fact that AI is becoming more important. So there may be opportunities for even taking up AI and ethics type of courses and connecting them with work-based learning opportunities with companies. Now, if you look at another emerging opportunity, for example, if you look at prompt engineer, after ChatGPT, this term itself is a very brand new term. So if we search at what are the courses on prompt engineers or prompt engineering, there are only 4 courses which are available, and of which the bulk of the course is actually ChatGPT for beginners, and this is with Udemy. So you find that there may be opportunities to develop an online course on prompt engineering, and this prompt engineering itself can be something which can be offered as a work-based learning program for those students doing prompt engineering. So that is another example of the type of things that we could do. Now we come to task 5, which is in terms of onboarding guidance to students. Now here, I think one would have to look at all the platforms which are out there, which could be considered for connecting students with work. And then evaluating these platforms, and this evaluation could be done by both private sector and academic teams, and then prepare a listing of platforms. So there would be platforms like the government has these platforms, Campus Merdeka, or ICE itself would be having a platform perhaps, and then looking at what are the other platforms. There are quite a few internationally, and then seeing which ones could perhaps be leveraged, or we may need to develop our own platform with thinking which is taken from the best in-class platforms and do something which is very much tailored to the requirements of ICE. Now, this is an example from the Master Challenge platform, which is a European platform. So our team, we had a discussion with the founder of this particular platform, and we found that there are quite a few universities in Europe who have students and who are using this platform to say that this is our program, and these students are available for doing these types of work, and companies can then bid for these students on this platform. And apparently, there are certain courses where there are more companies than students. So the students can decide which companies they would like to work with, because those areas are linked to an academic program but are very attractive for companies. We also spoke to this founder that whether it would be possible to collaborate. Say if Indonesian students are there, and there are students from Europe, how they could collaborate or even compete as teams with the same company which is asking for a solution. So there may be opportunities for work-based learning which allow an international dimension, which leverage other programs, other platforms, and to that extent expand universe of opportunities available to Indonesian students. And that's something which we've had a discussion with the founder of this platform, and seems to be, that's our initial thinking, to be a viable possibility. And there would be obviously other platforms which one should also consider. Then coming to task 6, which is international exposure, I already mentioned about certain international platforms that could be used for international exposure. But the way that we should be thinking about this is that there are companies outside Indonesia which we should be targeting for work-based learning in addition to Indonesian companies. And within the programs which are anchored in Indonesia, we should try to see if we can also allow students from outside of Indonesia to participate. Because participation in these international teams, where students from different countries are working together or in competition with each other, is an excellent way to also develop social and emotional learning skills. So SEL skills is again an enduring skill, which is very important, which companies call as soft skills. So if you look at companies, one of their requirements for employees is that they should be having a high skill rating on soft skills. Now those skills to be fostered in an international environment with student teams working from different countries should be an interesting way forward. In fact, I would suggest that maybe ICE or an organization here could develop a completely different SEL metric or framework, because most of the SEL frameworks are located in approaches which are legacy approaches. So if you go to the Harvard University website, you will find 40 frameworks which are SEL frameworks. And the most interesting ones of these are the CASEL framework, for example, and we need to look at frameworks which are more suited to higher education as compared to K2, K12. But I feel that there's an opportunity for developing an SEL framework which is more aligned to the world of online learning and more aligned to all these new technologies that are coming up. And that would also help us to evaluate and to showcase our students that they have better skills. And here's a metric which measures their SEL rating. That would also be a great plus for students in terms of their hiring going forward. Next is task 7, which is developing the evaluation criteria. So I think that this list here is basically, again, just a teaser. We will have to develop these criteria in great detail, but the main areas which I could think of was alignment with learning objectives. So what exactly are the objectives which you are hoping students to achieve, and then see whether this work-based learning program aligns with it. What has been the student performance, what are performance assessments, evaluations, what has been the employability of those students, because the work-based learning program is step to getting employability at the end of the day, and therefore that has to be one of the evaluation criteria. And then, of course, social impact, given that it is such an important aspect of what we are trying to achieve, should also be one of the evaluation criteria. Coming next to task 8, which is capacity building for ICE. I think this would be best done by looking at international best practices on work-based learning. How can we have rapid curriculum refresh cycles? Because curriculum, especially in technical areas, are becoming obsolete very fast. So there has to be a mechanism of being able to keep these curriculum current. And how can we do that? What might be the mechanisms to align academic programs with industry needs? What might be revenue generating opportunities for ICE? And what are the international experience on that? It could also be an interesting area. And then staff externships. Now we find that if a work-based learning program has to work well, then you should have a good engagement with the private sector, which means there must be an opportunity for private sector guys to work in the university for some time to get exposure to what are the academic requirements. And likewise, for academics to get, spend time in the private sector. In fact, in the US, there is a very structured program which does this. I think that unless there is a two-way movement of faculty to private sector to faculty type of positions, the work-based learning program may not be as effective and may not be so agile and so responsive to what the industry requires without having such a framework where that type of lateral movement is possible. And then we come to the last task, which is to test the WBL program. Now, obviously, the testing of this program would have to be done in the next semester, and which I think would start in September, no? The next semester, September. So, which means that our work would have been completed before the next semester starts. But certainly, one could have a roadmap and implementation plan and a fairly tested implementation plan where private sector partners say that yes, they are on board with something like this. So this is, in sum, all the tasks that we are supposed to be completing as part of this engagement. And I shared with you in this presentation some of our initial thoughts on these tasks. And we have validated some of this thinking by talking to some people from the industry, like we had a discussion, or I had a discussion with Recruiter Pal. And Recruiter Pal is a platform which is, as I mentioned, it helps companies to hire technical expertise. And they were, in fact, thinking that if we could, for example, develop APIs, which are part of the ICE platform, which connects with Recruiter Pal and similar platforms, it might expand the range of opportunities which are there for students, while also expanding, the opportunities for Recruiter Pal to get students and bright students into the hiring pipeline. So that's, for example, one discussion. We've had, as I mentioned, discussions with the metaverse platforms, and they are happy to connect with us. We've had discussions with some of the universities, by the way. So we have been in touch with Queensland University and some universities in Europe, including 2 in the UK. And we have asked them to see if they can also ideate on how they could collaborate with Indonesian students in a more global context. So that work also, which is already started, I think would help us to ultimately ideate and to do this work in a much, much better way. So I will stop here and, of course, welcome any questions. And if we have time, we can also, I have some questions of my own. And these are essentially trying to scope out, what I just said. And I can, pick up on these questions later because obviously we cannot address all these questions in one sitting. But I have a list which I am happy to share with you. And these are about 16 different areas where we need to get some information, some more discussion going, some ideation, brainstorming, which would be very useful. So I will stop here and then we can have a further discussion. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Sudan. I think this is very interesting framework or model because this is new that we have to work on this, right? So based on Mr. Sudan mentioned that there are nine steps that we should do in order to have a work-based learning program done, right? So the first one, it's about structure methodology, and then the second one, engagement template, a screening criteria, outreach program, and then onboarding guidance to students, international learning, evaluation criteria, capacity building for ICE, And the last one is about TEST, the work-based learning program. So I would like to invite the participant, if you have a question or do you want to share about your experience? Maybe you already got some of the information that you already implemented in your university according to the work-based learning program. And I think one important thing that for us, Bu Pauline and Bu Yanti, it might be a good opportunity, like for us to be like some kind like coordinate of these work-based programs. So you will, connect to companies that can be used for students to, work with them during their study. So maybe I would like to ask Ibu Pauline to have some kind like what your insight about what Mr. Sudan mentioned about the 9 steps of having the works-based learning program.
Thank you, Ibu Dewi. Thank you, Pak Randi. That was very interesting. But I think, Ibu Dewi, the 9 steps is a long steps to take. Okay, that's one thing. However, I believe and I trust Universitas Terbuka and also members of the consortium, we can work together. And that is the key, key factor for ICE Institute, I think, collaboration, and we can work together. That's one thing. The other thing is that how we can do work-based collaboration if we do not have partners with industry. Okay. The other key points that we have to consider is that how we can get industry to trust us so that we can collaborate with them, we can provide services for them, and at the end, our university, our students can also take advantage of it. The other thing is that I would request the members of the consortium who are already attached to any industry at all, let's start do something together and then do the work-based learning, perhaps in a small scale first. We try it out, and if it is successful, then we can scale up. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ibu Pauline. Yeah, I think after I'm heard about what you already mentioned, the most difficult things to do in Indonesia is how to connect and collaborate with the companies. That's one of difficult. But Bu Pauline already asked the consortium if they have a connection, for example, to companies. Maybe they can share with all the consortium, so we can try to, work with that. So, is there any question from the floor? How about in the online? No question. So
I would add, Ibu Dewi.
Okay.
In addition to those key factors I mentioned, we have a very, very fortunate situation that we have the experts here available for us. And I think, Pak Randip, are you with me?
Yes.
To assist ICE Institute so that we can do something together.
Of course,
Okay.
absolutely.
Thank
absolutely.
you.
And Paulina, I would also like to, Ibu Paulina, I would also like to respond to your issue of mindset. I think that is the most important aspect, because often what happens is that we think in terms which are, say, if we are starting with Indonesia, so let's think first in the country and then think global. That is the general way of doing things. Now, what I feel is that if you start thinking only limited to Indonesia, then you are not being ambitious enough, because you are postponing, this particular program, international type of approach to the next stage. What I would suggest is that you start with the most ambitious thing first, which is that can we get, say, at least a few companies which are non-Indonesian, which are international either in Europe or in the US or in Australia or wherever, or in Africa for that matter, and see whether we can create a program which gets traction with those companies, number one. Number two, whether we can get students to team up with Indonesian students and those students who are international. If we do that. Because what will happen is that the minimum requirement for a work-based learning program which is international is much higher than just doing it in Indonesia. And the fact that you are trying to do that, maybe in a small way, as Ibu Paulina mentioned that, let's start at least, somewhere. If we are able to do that, the learning and the capability to eventually expand will be far more as compared to if you just start with Indonesia. So what I would recommend strongly is that let's think global. Now the issue there is that the existing courses in universities may not be aligned to what is the demand internationally. It can happen because these universities are in Indonesia, they are catering to local students and to local issues. So you will be, in a sense, forced to create at least 2 courses, 3 courses, which are more aligned to what is the highest demand in the global markets. Now, if you do that, that also helps you to design courses which are at an international level, international standard, meant for students which are global, meant for providing work-based learning opportunities which are international. I feel that aspiration is likely to change mindsets as well, because it forces, whoever is participating, the stakeholders, to get involved in something which is more aspirational as compared to what it would otherwise be.
Yeah, I think it's a good point, Bu Pauline, from Mr. Randip, not Sudan. Randip, it's okay.
Sudan also.
Well, I have a question for you. It is quite difficult in Indonesia, even to have a collaboration with the company here. And it will be a lot difficult if we have to connect globally. So, based on your experience, how you try to connect with the company to work with you in the country or outside? Thank you.
So the problem is that when you connect with a company, you have to go case by case, right? So you go to a company A and you ask them that, we would like to, our students are doing, say, cybersecurity. So is there a project on cybersecurity with you? Now this approach is likely to be a very difficult approach. Because what will happen is that you will every time have to go to that company and have a fresh conversation with them, right? Because they have a project, that project will end after this particular semester is over. Now, ideally speaking, you need some method of engaging with companies which is long-term, irrespective of semester, irrespective of time. That engagement must continue. So which are the areas where there are opportunities for you to engage with companies long-term, right? I feel that one opportunity which is there is on strategic futures, strategic foresight. Every company will require to know what are the opportunities and risks at any given point in time. If I look at, for example, the government in Singapore, it set up a Center for Strategic Futures in the Prime Minister's office. And the Singapore government works like a corporate rather than just like a traditional government. And they were doing exercises on strategic futuring once every year. Now, they do it every 3 months. And this exercise is done across the whole government, right? So strategic foresight across the entire government. Every 3 months, they revisit their long-term plans to see what has changed. Because that's important. You just imagine that before November 30th was the pre-Chat GPT phase. After November 30th is a different world altogether. Now, if your long-term plans were before November 30th, they would be different from what they are today. So the fact that you could offer a company that every 6 months we will give you an understanding of strategic risks and opportunities for you means that you have one semester providing 6 months, next semester providing the next 6 months, and this to be on a rolling basis. And you have a course on strategic foresight and strategic futures thinking, which is important not only for the private sector, but also for governments and also for universities. So there could be certain areas which are ongoing, which are long-term, and where courses can be developed and can be connected, where work-based learning opportunities are continuous, ongoing. That's one answer. The second is that you look at those areas which might be building capability for the university itself. So for example, you will need to track skills in any case to be able to then see where skills are heading, where the demand for skills is going, so that you can incorporate that understanding or insight into your own curriculum. Now, if you have to do that, you can start working on projects, again, maybe with companies on competitive analytics, where you start building that data systematically, semester after semester. More companies, more platforms, and you are building up that capability and that insight, which will be useful for all your consortium members, right? And that is again a work-based learning opportunity for students to work on stuff which adds to the capability of this university and of all its consortium members. And who knows, that product can then be made available to other universities. And as you keep expanding, slowly, this becomes an ongoing work-based learning opportunity. So that's another example. And then, of course, is that you, in any case, have to train students into emerging tech. Because only if your students are capable in emerging areas of technology will their skills be relevant to the future. So, which means that you are constantly on the lookout that what is emerging, be quick on your feet to develop programs in that area, and those areas will find better traction with companies for work-based learning opportunities because these are emerging. They also want to know where this technology is going or what is it that is in this technology for them. So I think there has to be a series of strategies which ensure that that conversation with companies is done differently from what it is done today. So you start with the long term, you start with emerging areas where you have a clear value proposition. And plus, if you can factor in industry experts, when I was talking to Recruiter Paul, they said there would be so much interest among companies if you can bring one industry expert together with students instead of only students.
Well, thank you. The last, what you mentioned is, I want to ask about you, how to deal with to involve the expert.
How to involve the experts? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we already very busy with how to connect with the company, right?
Right.
But then we have to put another things, like to invite the expert to also collaborate in this project.
Right. So generally, the way that we identify experts is that there are different ways of identifying an expert. So one is that you identify experts based on influencers on social media, right? Which means that who are the people who are thought leaders on social media, who have a lot of following, whose tweets are being retweeted, and there are platforms which give you that analysis. So if you say that I want to understand that who's a thought leader on, say, the metaverse or on cybersecurity, now, number one is that you can get data from social media platforms of influencers and thought leaders. First point. Second is that there are platforms available which profile the experts in any given field. So there are platforms, for example, there are expert platforms where a lot of people register that I'm an expert in this area, and one can see that who are the experts available on those platforms and can select, because not everybody may be qualifying for that. Number two. Number three is that if you are building capability on doing skill analytics, you are also developing an capability to understand science and technology publications and to be able to harvest data on who are the experts who create knowledge graphs based on those science and technology publications. Now that is another indicator to you for how to find an expert. In addition to this, if you look at, if you do a search, for example, on LinkedIn, and that may again maybe give you some insights. So I feel that finding an expert in today's day and age may not be that much of a challenge. And if you have, say, 3 experts, so let me give an example. You are developing a program on strategic foresight. Okay. You decide that I will do a program on strategic futures thinking, strategic foresight, because this will result in long-term engagements with companies, with governments, etc., etc. Now, I want to find the top experts on futures thinking. Now, you go to the World Future Society, you will find there are past presidents of the World Future Society. They are very well-known futurists. I know one of them personally, Amy Zalman. She's a top futurist in the world. You go to who are the guys who have written books on strategic futures or strategic foresight. There are only a handful of people who have done that. You know that these are expert people. You say that who are the experts in Center for Strategic Futures in Singapore, which is the leading center on this. Okay, Peter Ho is the world's authority on this, whether he would be involved in our program. You get 10 people. You approach all of them. Maybe you will get one at least. As soon as you have one person, it becomes more prestigious for other people to associate with that person. So you slowly build up that expertise, and as the quality of your courses goes up, your international profile goes up, and your expert network grows, you will be a very capable institution. Just for example.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think what just mentioned by Professor Mr. Sudan is very important for Indonesia to, to build up the ninth step of develop the Excel work-based learning program. So I think with ICE and the university and the consortium can work together how to develop with your help, of course, with your help, to how to develop a strategy, right? A strategy to provide a work-based learning program for the student. So there are a lot of things that we have to do. 9 step, right? 9 step, we have to do it. So one by one, we should put into our consideration which best way that we should do in each step. Thank you so much for this, Mr. Sudan, for your very inspiring information and your strategy and also tricks. And I hope you still with eyes, to make it happen. Well, thank you so much. And we end the session. And I really appreciate that you are coming to Universitas Terbuka with ICE and the university consortium. Thank you so much. Please give applause to Mr. Sudan.
Thank you very much.
All right, Prof. Dewi, and thank you very much, Dr. Randip Sudan, for a very inspiring presentation. The next agenda, it's time for me to welcome Professor Panen to give quiz time and also to deliver the closing remarks.
Quiz first. Ibu Dewi and Pak Randip, or Pak Randip first, mentioned about the 9 steps of doing the work-based learning, okay? And then Ibu Dewi reiterated that very fluently. And anybody could remember number 5? Come on. Anybody could remember number 5? Or number 2 or number 3? Yes, Pak. What's your name?
Thank you. My name is Raji from the Food Technology Program.
Okay. What is number 5?
I think number 5 was the onboarding guidance for students.
Onboarding guidance for students. Is that correct, Pak Randip and Ibu Dewi?
It was the onboarding guidance for students.
Yes? Yes? Correct? Okay.
Well, thank you, Prof, for the quiz time, but could you still please remain on the stage? It's time for Professor Paulina Panen from the ICE Institute to deliver the closing remarks.
No, cannot. Can you hear me? Okay. Now it's okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, everybody on site as well as in Zoom. First of all, I would like to say thank you to everybody that you have been with us the whole day. And of course, that will be, if it is interesting, usually, what do you call? It can be inspiring, but if not, then perhaps it make you a little bit sleepy, but I don't think so. Everybody is wide awake now. So thank you again for the participation. And the other thing is that I would like to say thank you for Universitas Terbuka for hosting this very important event, and also ICE Institute Consortium members who are supporting this event to take place in Universitas Terbuka as well as through Zoom. Once again, thank you all for the participation and support. We learned a lot from today's sharing. I think we have interesting topics already, 3 topics, very heavy topics, but I think there are some insight and also the topics are worth to follow up. From the session with Pak Reynaldo Vea, we got insight how to be globally recognized as digital ready in the online learning space, how to be a player. First of all, its emphasis is quality, which can be achieved through various strategies such as course matching, weighting, and incorporating course from digital, from global provider into our curricula and establishing the taxonomy of online, what they call the online learning services, which are later on we can follow that up in a group discussion as well as many other discussion session or sharing session. It will be beneficial for ICE Institute, but also for Universitas Terbuka and ICE Consortium members, all the topics and the strategies that we learned today. And hopefully, like I said, we can conduct more detailed session and workshop on these matters together. So tune in with ICE Institute for that. The session of Pak Wesley opened up our horizon and views about what micro-credential is, its global trends, several worldwide examples, and also the contemporary measures of micro-credentials. It is interesting how we can adopt and implement it in our existing and upcoming micro-credential programs for ICE Institute, for Universitas Terbuka, and also ICE Institute consortium members. And lastly, Pak Randip also brought up the state-of-the-art approaches related to the work-based learning program. We saw the incorporation of the recent technological advancements such as metaverse and AI into this program, and how higher education institutions can closely work with industry to design and offer various work-based programs. Aim high, that's what, the message coming from Pak Randip. So not only locally, but you should aim the highest possible at the global level. Thank you for that encouragement. Ladies and gentlemen, today's event marked the next stage of partnership of ICE Institute with Asian Development Bank. It won't be the last. There will be more events in the future, and that's why we all said to you, stay tuned with ICE Institute. The thing that you can expect in June, there will be online Indonesia-China Online Education Summit. And in July, there will be also the Cyber Education Summit coming from what you call ADB. There are already many questions and responses from the participants that are also worth to consider in developing the follow-up session. And with that, I would like to thank Pak Marito to lead the team of experts coming to Jakarta, especially to ICE Institute, ADB for the support, ICE Institute staff, members, and under the leadership of Ibu Yanti, and also team from Universitas Terbuka who are assisting us, and everybody for the participation to make this event happen. Thank you very much once again, Bapak and Ibu sekalian. A very good afternoon to all of you, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Prof. Paulina Panen, for a very concise closing remarks. And next agenda is the handover of tokens of appreciation from the ICE Institute and Universitas Terbuka. And now I invite Professor Marito Garcia, Dr. Renaldo Villa, Dr. Wesley Titter, and Dr. Anip Sudan to proceed to the stage. And also I invite Professor Hanif as the head of the Universitas Terbuka Senate, and also Prof. Dewi Padmo and Bu Rahayu Dwi Rianti to also proceed to the stage. Well, the first token of appreciation will be handed over to Professor Marito Garcia by Prof. Hanif. Please also see to the camera, Prof. Hanif and Prof. Marito Garcia. Thank you very much. Yeah. Let's give applause. And the next token of appreciation will be handed over by Prof. Dewi Padmo to the three speakers. Yes, from Prof. Dewi Padmo as the representative from Universitas Terbuka to the three speakers. Okay, thank you very much. And now the Dr. Wesley Titter. Yeah. Yeah. This is a token of appreciation from Universitas Terbuka to Dr. Wesley Titter. Yeah, still the token of appreciation from Universitas Terbuka that will be handed over by Prof. Dewi Padmo still to the last keynote speaker, Dr. Randip Sudan. Yeah, Dr. Randip Sudan, please. Okay. Now, from Prof. Dewi Padmo to Dr. Randip Sudan, please. Thank you very much. And now the token of appreciation from the ICE Institute to all our guests from Bu Rahayu Dwirianti, please. Yeah, okay. Let's give applause. And next to Prof. Marito. Yeah. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please remain on the stage. We will have a photo session, and I invite Prof. Pauline to come to the stage to have a photo session. Oke, kepada panitia mohon diberi aba-aba dan diarahkan gayanya. Oke. Thumbs up, please. Well, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give applause again. Oh, one last more style. Okay. See, ICE Institute. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, and that concludes our event of today. We have come to the end of the event. On behalf of the organizing committee, I thank you for your active participation. And once again, thank you very much, Professor Marito Garcia, Dr. Reynaldo Villa, Dr. Wesley Titter, and Dr. Randip Sudan. Have a great day. See you next time. And happy Ramadan. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dan bagi Bapak Ibu yang hadir baik di UTCC oleh panitia untuk digantikan menjadi sertifikat. Sekali lagi kepada para partisipan yang hadir secara langsung ataupun yang hadir secara online di Zoom, mohon untuk dapat scan barcode yang ditampilkan oleh tim panitia sebagai pengganti nanti untuk menjadi sertifikat. Terima kasih.